ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਹੈ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਫॉर ਜੁਆਇਨਿੰਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਲਾਈਵ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ। ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਸਮੀਰ ਕੌਸ਼ਲ ਔਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਕੋਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਵੈਸਟ ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਕੋਸਟ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਗਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਥ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 10:15 ਹੋਏ ਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਔਰ 1:14 ਹੋਏ ਆ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ 11:15 ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਔਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਾਤ ਦੇ 10:15 ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ। ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਤੇ ਕਰੰਟ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਾਂਗ ਹੀ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਔਰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ, ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਖੁਦ ਸਰੀ RCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਸਰੀ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 30 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲ ਗਈ। ਔਰ ਗੋਲੀ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸੇ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਚਲਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਰਹੀ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਮਹੀਨਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਹਜੇ, ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦਿਸ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਓਵਰ ਹੇਅਰ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਵੀ ਸਕੋ। ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ, ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਫॉर श्योर। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਮਲਾ ਉਹ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸੋ ਕੇਵਲ ਨਾਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਟੈਗ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਾਈਵ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮਿੰਗ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੋਵੇ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਔਨ ਦ ਅਦਰ ਪੇਜ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 30 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ 4:02 ਤੇ ਇਹ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲਣ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਐਂਡ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਆਈ ਟਰਾਈ ਟੂ ਫਾਈਂਡ ਦ ਪਿਕਚਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਜਦੋਂ 20th ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਫਿਗਰ ਆਊਟ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਪਈ ਹੈ। ਵੀਹ ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਉਹੀ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦਾ। ਇਹ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਬੋਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਾਇਬ੍ਰੇਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਨਵੇਂ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਬਣੇ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਤੇ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ, 20 ਮਈ ਨੂੰ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ, ਕਈ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਗੋਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਘਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜੋ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਸੀ, ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਨੇ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ। ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਸੀ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਸੀ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਆ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਿਛਲਾ ਸੀ ਵਾਕਿਆ ਉਹਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਤਾਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ अर्ਲੀ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ਾਟਸ ਫਾਇਰਡ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਆਊਟਸਾਈਡ ਅ ਸਾਊਥ ਨਿਊਟਨ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ 4 ਜੂਨ ਨੂੰ ਸਵੇਰੇ 4:02 ਤੇ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਆਫੀਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ 57th ਐਵਨਿਊ ਤੇ 148 ਸਟਰੀਟ ਤੇ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਵੀਡੈਂਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ। Residence was occupied at that time of the shooting. Fortunately, no one was injured. The investigation is in early stages. However, it is believed to be extortion related due to the previous threats and a shots fired incident outside the residence on May 2026. 20 ਮਈ 2026 ਨੂੰ ਇਸੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲਣ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਟਰਾਈਂਗ ਟੂ ਗੈਟ ਮੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਵਨਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਇਹੀ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗੈਟ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਦੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਸੀ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ, ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਆਂ। 20th of May ਵਾਲੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਸੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਹੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਐਂਡ ਹਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਦੈਟਸ ਓਲਡ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ May 20th 2026। ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਘਰ ਸੀ, ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਨੀਅਰ 57th ਐਵਨਿਊ 148 ਸਟਰੀਟ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੋਟਡ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਟੂ ਅ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ, ਇਵਨ ਐਵੀਡੈਂਸ ਆਫ ਸ਼ਾਟਸ ਫਾਇਰਡ। ਦ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ ਵਾਸ ਆਕਿਊਪਾਈਡ ਐਟ ਦੈਟ ਟਾਈਮ। ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ 4:40 ਸੀ and shooting, and fortunately no one was injured. It is believed to be extortion related। और ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਸੇਮ 4:02 ਤੇ 57th ਐਵਨਿਊ and 148 ਸਟਰੀਟ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਚਰਚਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਚਰਚਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਉਹੀ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦਾ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ 20 ਜੂਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ। ਆਮ ਟਰਾਈਂਗ ਟੂ ਫਿਗਰ ਆਊਟ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਖਬਰ ਉਹ ਚਲਾਈ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ 20 ਜੂਨ ਨੂੰ, ਜੇਕਰ 20 ਮਈ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਜੇਕਰ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਗਾਈ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪੋਸਟ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਦਿਆਂ। give me 1 minute। ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਮਿਸ ਨਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਏ, ਰਹਿ ਨਾ ਜਾਏ। ਕਿ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਫਲੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਇੱਕ ਆਪਾਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਅੱਜ ਹੋਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ। ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ, ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਵੀ ਕੈਨ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਦੈਟ ਮੈਟਰ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਮੈਟਰ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। Just give me 1 minute, just 1 minute. ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਾਊਸ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ 148 ਸਟਰੀਟ ਤੇ 57th ਐਵਨਿਊ ਦਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਹੀ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰ CBC ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦਾ, ਇਹ CBC ਨੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ICC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਸੋ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼। ਆਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਹੋਰ ਕੀ ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਲਈ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਲੱਭਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਖਬਰ ਦੀ ਪੁਸ਼ਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਚੈਨਲਸ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ। ਮਈ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਲਗਾਈ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ 20 ਮਈ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਖਬਰ ਲਗਾਈ ਸੀ, ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਇਹ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ। ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਫੇਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਇਹ ਸੇਮ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟਸ ਨੇ, ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਣਾ। One 57th Avenue and 148 Street. First shooting date was May 20th, 2026. Second shooting date June 4th, 2026. ਸੋ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਬਿਆਨ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ, ਬਟ ਕੁਝ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੇ, ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਲੋਕਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਫੋਟੋ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਗਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ, ਐਂਡ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਬਾय ਦ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਚੈਨਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੋਸਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਸੋ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਵਾਚ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਵੀ ਸਕੋ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਐਸੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਚੈਨਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਗਾਇਆ। ਸੋ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਗੋਲੀਬਾਰੀ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ, ਔਰ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਮਾਮਲਾ ਹੈ, ਦਿਸ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਟਰ। ਇਹ ਉਹੀ ਘਰ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਔਰ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਈਆਂ ਸੀ, ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੋਜ਼ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼। ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਸਕਾਂ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਰ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਈ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਲਾਸਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੀਬੀਸੀ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੀਬੀਸੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਇਹ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਦੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਪੋਸਟ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਊਂਗਾ। 20th ਮਈ ਨੂੰ ਸੀਬੀਸੀ ਨੇ ਪੋਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, 5th ਸਟੇਟ ਨੇ। May 20th 4:03 PM ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹੀ ਸੀ, ਗਨ ਸ਼ਾਟਸ ਫਾਇਰਡ ਐਟ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟਸ ਹਾਊਸ ਇਨ ਸਰੀ BC। ਇਹ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਆਪਣੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, May 20th ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ, ਐਂਡ 4:40 AM ਇਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਹੈ? 57th ਐਵਨਿਊ ਐਂਡ 148 ਸਟਰੀਟ ਸਰੀ। ਸੋ ਇਹੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੀਬੀਸੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਸੀਬੀਸੀ ਨੇ ਘਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਸੀ। These were the pictures at that time, the previous information, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਆਹ ਗੋਲੀ ਦਾ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਆਹ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ on the window, on the main door। ਔਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ, the home of the newly elected president of Cricket Canada in Surrey, BC was the target of shooting early Wednesday morning. The 5th state has learned. Arvinder Khosa confirmed his house located in the Surrey neighborhood was shot, but didn't provide any further details when reached by phone. At least 5 bullet holes could be seen in the door, windows, and exterior of the home. Police say the house was occupied at the time of the shooting, which officers responded at 4:40 AM, but no one was injured. The same information was given over here on May 2026 at approximately 4:40 AM. SPS responded to a reports of shooting near 157th Avenue, 148th Street in Surrey. Noted damage to residents, evidence of shots fired, residence was occupied. So ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਹੀ ਸਿਮਿਲਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਉਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਐਨ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਟਡ ਵਿਦ ਦ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟਸ that was shot this morning has received extortion related threats। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਫਸਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਾਈਆਂ ਸੀ। ਉਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ 5th ਸਟੇਟ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ ਆ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਨੂੰ, ਪੁਰਾਣਾ, ਇਹ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਦਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਨਾਲ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੀ ਇਹੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪੋਸਟ ਦਿਸ ਮਚ ਕਲੋਜ਼ਰ, ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਆ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦਿਸ ਹਾਊਸ ਹੈਜ਼ ਬੀਨ ਟਾਰਗੇਟਡ ਬਾਈ ਦ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨਿਸਟ ਐਂਡ ਕਨਫਰਮਿੰਗ ਦ ਸ਼ਾਟਸ ਆਰ ਫਾਇਰਡ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਦੋਂ CBC ਨੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਸੀ, ਔਰ CBC ਨੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਉਹ RCMP ਦਾ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ RCMP ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ RCMP ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ 22/2/2026 ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪਲੇ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਫॉर ਯੂ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਹੈਡਸ ਅਪ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ CBC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਬਟ ਇਹਦਾ ਇਸ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਨਹੀਂ। ਬਟ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਇਹ CBC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੋਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। February 2026। दो बज के 43 मिनट का समय, यू कैन सी जिथे लोगो लगा होया न्यूज़ डर्बी का, ਉਹਦੇ नीचे 22 February 2026 CBC ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ, ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੀ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਨੀਚੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਬੋਰਡ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਵਾਸ ਫੋਰਸਡ ਟੂ ਟੈਂਪਰੇਰੀ ਰੀਲੋਕੇਟ ਹਿਸ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਐਂਡ ਦੈਨ ਰਿਜ਼ਾਈਨਡ ਫਰਮ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ, ਇਹ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਸੇ ਘਰ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ, ਇਸੇ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ CBC ਨੇ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆ 20 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਅੱਜ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਮੋਡਸ ਆਪਰੈਂਡੀ ਸੇਮ, ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮਿੰਗ, ਸੇਮ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ, ਨਾਟ ਇਵਨ ਅ ਮੰਥ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲਣ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਕੱਲ ਹੀ ਅਜੇ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਹੀ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੀਫ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਸਤੀਫਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਫॉर व्हाट रीजन आई डोंट नो, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਵਨ ਮੋਰ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਸਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਊਟਲੈਟ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਦ ਇੰਡੋ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਵੌਇਸ। ਦ ਇੰਡੋ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਵੌਇਸ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਊਥ ਨਿਊਟਨ residents targeted again by extortion related shooting, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ 4 ਜੂਨ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਲਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। 4 ਜੂਨ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਵੌਇਸ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਵੌਇਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ਪੇਪਰ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਦਾ ਇੰਡੋ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਵੌਇਸ, ਵਨ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਵਨ ਵੌਇਸ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਆਫਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਿੰਗ ਐਨ अर्ਲੀ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਆਊਟਸਾਈਡ ਅ ਨਿਊਟਨ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਮੇਕ ਇਟ ਬਿਗਰ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਲਓ। On Thursday, June 4th, at approximately 4:02 AM, SPS, the same information ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ the investigation is in its early stages. However, it is believed to be extortion related, as shots fired incident outside the residence on May 20th. Previous threats. It is the residence of Arvinder Khosa, the newly elected president of Cricket Canada, that has been shrouded in controversy. It is the residence of Arvinder Khosa. So ਇਹ ਵੀ confirm ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ voice ਅਖਬਾਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਰੁਕਣ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਫॉर ਸ਼ੋਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਰੁਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਕਰੰਟ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ। ਐਂਡ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਜੇਕਰ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਸਟ 1 second, let me just get some more information. ਕੁਝ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਜੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਵੈਦਰ ਦਿਸ ਹਾਊਸ ਇਜ਼ ਔਰ ਦਿਸ ਹੋਮ ਇਜ਼ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਟੂ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ, ਬਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ 2 ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਊਟਲੈਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਇਹ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਬਿਫੋਰ ਆਈ ਮੂਵ ਟੂ ਅਨਦਰ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ। ਅਨਦਰ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਕੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਉਸੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਅਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਈ ਨਹੀਂ। ਹਾਂ, ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਕੇਵਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਨਾ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਡਿਟੇਲਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਲਿੱਕ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਵਾਲੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ, ਬਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਸੋ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 53 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਧਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ, ਉਧਰ ਯੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ ਸਰੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ। ਯੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੂਕੇ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ ਸਰੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ। ਉੱਥੇ 21 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, 21 ਈਅਰ ਓਲਡ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ ਯੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਉੱਥੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਕੈਂਪਸ ਹੈ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਆਦਮੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਟਾਫ ਸੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਸਰੀ ਦਾ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕ੍ਰਾਸਬੋ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਅਟੈਂਪਟਡ ਮਰਡਰ ਸੀ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਅਟੈਂਪਟਡ ਮਰਡਰ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 50 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਮੈਨਰ ਪਾਰਕ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਵਿਲੇਜ ਗਿਲਫਰਡ, ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਇਲਾਕਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਨਾਮ ਨੇ। ਆਪਣੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਉਹ ਨਾਮ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਾਜਾ ਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਨਾਮ ਹੈਗੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਰਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਰੱਖੇ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਊਦੀ ਮੂਲ ਦਾ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਇਹ ਲੜਕਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜੋ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਵੀ ਆਈਆਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ। ਉਹਦਾ ਸਰੀ BC ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਲੁਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਇਹ UK ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ, ਗੋਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲੀ, ਮਤਲਬ ਕ੍ਰਾਸਬੋ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ UK ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ। Let me just share that information with you as well. 1 second. ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਔਰ ਅਗਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਰੀ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਨਾਮ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਇੱਕ ਹਲਕੀ ਜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਵਾਪਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਤੇ ਰਹਾਂਗੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲਣ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਮੂਵ ਦਿਸ ਵਨ ਐਂਡ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ 1 second ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਰੀ UK ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੀ ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ share the Sky News ਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ courtesy ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਚਲਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ and let me just share it with you.
Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news. Coming just from Guildford, a 21-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after reports of a man being shot with a crossbow. Now, this happened at the student accommodation, Manor Park Student Village in Guildford. It happened around 10 o'clock this morning. It's believed that this 21-year-old Saudi national who was arrested was a former student at the university and is currently in police custody. A man in his 50s has been taken to hospital. There is a significant emergency service presence still in place there.
So ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਸਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਥੇ UK ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ 21 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਸਾਊਦੀ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ।
Police have said that they appreciate this incident will cause concern amongst the local community and are reassuring them they're not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident and are working closely with the university. The suspect, they say, was detained at the scene shortly after the incident and an investigation is now underway to establish the circumstances of the assault. The victim is in a serious condition in hospital and his next of kin are aware and are being supported by officers. So that is a 21-year-old man, a former student at Surrey University who's from Saudi Arabia, has been arrested following reports of a man being shot with a
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਫੜਿਆ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ, let me just remove this one, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਫੜਿਆ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਗਈਆਂ, ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈਆਂ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਉਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। UK ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, UK ਦੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਸਰੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਨੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਖੋਸਾ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਉਸੇ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਉਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਤੋਂ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ। ਮੈਂ CBC ਵੀ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕੀ CBC ਨੇ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ, ਹਜੇ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਲਗਾ ਦੇਣਗੇ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਅੱਜ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੌਸ ਨੇ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ ਹੈੱਡ ਕੋਚ ਬਣੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੋਣੀ ਆ, ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਸੋ we're going to discuss that as well. ਅੱਜ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਰਨੀ, ਪਰ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ, ਕੱਲ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੇਅਰ। ਆ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਦੀ ਗੋਲੀ, ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਜ਼ ਅੰਡਰਵੇ। ਕੱਲ ਸ਼ਾਮ 5:04 ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਸੀ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ, I'll share that with you. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਰੀ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ 3 ਜੂਨ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਮ 5:04 ਤੇ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ RCMP ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੂਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਮਿਲੀ ਸੀ 196 ਸਟਰੀਟ ਐਂਡ 28th ਐਵਨਿਊ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਫਾਇਰ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ, BC ਐਂਬੂਲੈਂਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਡੀਕਲ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰੈਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਜੇ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਅਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ। So give me 1 second, ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੋਸਟ ਕਰ ਲਾਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਆ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਲੈਂਗਲੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ BC ਦੇ ਇੱਕ MLA ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, BC ਦੇ ਇੱਕ MLA ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਮੇਕ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਉਹਦਾ ਲਿੰਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਹੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿਆਂ। ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਹੈਡ ਕੋਚ ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ, just 1 sec. ਮੈਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਮ ਜਸਟ ਪ੍ਰੀਪੇਅਰਿੰਗ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਅਜੇ ਲਾਈਵ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ, ਬਟ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਦੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ। ਆਈ ਟਰਾਈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ let me just share that with you। ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੀ ਖਬਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸੇਂਟ ਪੀਟਰਸਬਰਗ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ, ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਨਿਗਾਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਹੋਣਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਆਫਟਰ ਬਿਕਮਿੰਗ ਦ ਹੈਡ ਕੋਚ ਆਫ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ। ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। I am just waiting for the live to start। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਮੂਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਆ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ। ਸੋ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਫਸਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰਨਾ। ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਔਰ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਐਜ਼ ਦ ਨਿਊ ਬੈਂਚ ਬੌਸ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਈ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਔਰ ਇਹ 23ਵੇਂ ਹੈੱਡ ਕੋਚ ਨੇ ਫਰੈਂਚਾਈਜ਼ੀ ਦੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ। ਔਰ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 3 ਮਿੰਟ ਲਗਭਗ 3 ਮਿੰਟ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਔਰ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਨੇ ਰਿਪਲੇਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਐਡਮ ਫੁਟੇ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਾਇਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸੀਜ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮੈਨੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਉਹ ਨਵੇਂ ਬੌਸ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ ਬਣੇ ਆ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਹੈੱਡ ਕੋਚ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਐਬਟਸਫੋਰਡ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਈ ਵੱਡੇ ਰੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਦਾ ਕੀਤੇ। ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਲੱਬ ਦੇ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਸਪੈਕਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਰੋਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਹਾਕੀ ਲੀਗ ਸਕੁਆਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਲਡਰ ਕੱਪ ਚੈਂਪੀਅਨਸ਼ਿਪ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੋਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਨਵਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ ਜਨਰਲ ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਰਾਇਨ ਜੌਨਸਨ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਐਬਟਸਫੋਰਡ ਫਰੈਂਚਾਈਜ਼ੀ ਤੋਂ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਦੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਦੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਕਿੱਲਸ ਦੀ। ਔਰ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਵਿਦ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ 2010 ਤੋਂ 2013 ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਡੇਨੀਅਲ ਔਰ ਹੈਨਰਿਕ ਸੈਡਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਖੇਡਿਆ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਹਾਕੀ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਣਾਏ ਗਏ ਦੋਨੇ ਭਰਾ ਸੈਡਨ ਬ੍ਰਦਰਸ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੂੰਗਾ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਡੀਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੂੰਗਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਲਾਈਵ। ਜਸਟ 1 ਸੈਕ। ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਉਸ ਲਾਈਵ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਵੀ ਸਕੀਏ। ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਇਟਸ ਲਾਈਵ। I think it started. Let's see. Yes, it's live.
Okay. First off, thanks to all of you for coming here today. I'll speak on behalf of ownership and probably everybody inside this building this morning. There's a true excitement. 2 years ago, gentleman to my left joined the organization in a head coach capacity in Abbotsford. That hopefully one day he would be the head coach here in Vancouver. And today it's an honor for me to introduce to you the 23rd head coach in the history of the Vancouver Canucks, Manny Malhotra.
Thanks, RJ. I just have a few quick thank yous. I'm going to start with, instead of using the line last and certainly not least, I'm going to start with this thank you to my incredible wife, Jo, and my 4 kids. A decade ago, when we decided that we were going to go down this coaching lifestyle path, we did so with the understanding that there would be some uncertainty, there would be some moving, which is not an ideal scenario for a young family with 4 kids. But we did so anyways. And their love and support and sacrifice motivated me and got me to where I'm sitting today. And that brings us to today. The next thank you, I'd like to thank the Aquilini family for this incredible opportunity and entrusting me with the responsibility to coach the Vancouver Canucks. I know what this team means to the family. I know what this team represents in the community throughout BC, and I know what it means to Canuck fans all over the world. And it's not a decision that you make lightly. And again, grateful for this opportunity. Henrik and Daniel Sedin, and obviously the architect, Ryan Johnson, for believing in me and believing in my ability to help lead and guide this team to a place that we believe we can get it to. And by implementing and executing on those daily things that we feel are so instrumental to building a sustainable and successful culture, I'm humbled and honored by your guys' decision to make me the coach in Vancouver. And now this being the 3rd day in this role, with the first 2 days primarily consisting of returning congratulatory text messages and well wishes, which again is a very humbling experience, knowing how many friends and family and former players and former coaches still are supporting me and cheering for me from afar. Was a special experience. So now this being day 3, I can honestly say I'm extremely excited to get to work on the hockey aspect of things and start this vision.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll start with Olivia.
Manny, first of all, of course, congratulations. We got to chat a little bit earlier about this, but if you look back to your playing years with this team and then, of course, all your years of coaching, what does it mean to take this next step with this organization specifically?
Well, for me, it's an extremely special one. Vancouver and this organization have a very special place in my heart. All my kids were born on the West Coast. As a player, being a part of some very special years here, playing alongside some incredibly special players, some Hall of Fame players. There's that element to it. There is the element of knowing how passionate the fans are here about their Canucks, and knowing that it matters here. Hockey matters to these people, and they want to see a product that is deserving of their approval and their fanship. And lastly, and most importantly, or I shouldn't say most importantly, but a major factor in it is the fact that I have an opportunity to come back here and work with such great people. Henrik, Daniel, RJ, the fact that we are so aligned in the way we see things, from an on-ice product to the off-ice daily messaging to the way people should be treated. We're very much in sync with that. So it's a great opportunity for those and a whole host of other reasons to be back in this organization.
Congratulations, Manny.
Thank you.
Obviously, you know where this team is in its competitive cycle right now, so there's no surprises in that regard. I'm just wondering about the opportunities or challenges, I suppose, of taking over a last place team, and how do you think you can most impact improvement of this group this coming season?
I think one thing that we experienced in Abbotsford was that the commitment to the daily improvements was something that helped our group get to where we did over the course of the year. And I think that is one of the major reasons why this is such a special opportunity. You've heard RJ talk about developing and building that foundation of what this group needs to be about and harping on that same messaging every day. For me and our coaching staff, it'll be about those daily incremental improvements. Today's practice needs to look better than yesterday's practice. The level of execution needs to be better than it was yesterday. And I think by developing that mindset with the guys, you now start to see individual growth, you now see collective growth in the group, and that's where we'll start to take strides. So yeah, the opportunity to instill those things from day one are one of the things that really excites me.
Congrats, Manny. You saw a lot of losing in Vancouver the last 2 years, even while you were winning in Abbotsford. When you were an assistant before you went to Toronto, you saw a lot of losing. What did you see in that? Like, what led to that has this organization in the place that it is now? And you talked about the steps you take, but just that cultural piece, that emotional piece, when a team is kind of at rock bottom in terms of trying to rebuild.
Well, I can't speak for what's gone on here the last few years since leaving. It's been 6 years, I guess, since I was here in Vancouver. But what I can tell you is I'm excited knowing what the vision is from RJ and Hank and Danny to where we need to get to, and implementing those types of things that I truly believe in, starting with, and when you want to talk about cultural pieces, it's the energy and the body language that the guys come into the arena with every day. And those are so important for when you want to talk about creating culture and creating that environment that guys are going to thrive in. You have to show up here in the right frame of mind and with the right body language. And that, for me, sets the tone for the day. Another part of it for me moving forward is just going to be giving guys a very clear understanding of what these words mean to us and how they apply on the daily. If you listen to 31 other teams, they're all going to be using the same lingo. We're going to compete. We're going to hold each other accountable. We're going to use those same words in our process, but the guys are going to have a very clear definition as to what those things mean on the daily. What is our standard about? What does compete mean to us? What does accountability look like on the daily basis? What does it look like on the bench? So I think implementing that level of understanding of what these words are going to mean to our group will give us a much clearer path as to how we're going to navigate this and get out of it.
Congratulations, Manny. Ryan mentioned a couple of days ago that the Calder Cup win factored in, obviously, the job you did there, but also last year and the struggles and how you managed that. Specifically going back to last year, what did you learn throughout that experience and going through the struggles?
It was a very humbling year, and you understand that winning is difficult. Winning consistently is very difficult. The takeaways were, as I talked about, having quality body language and energy. You have to live it. It's very easy to be in a great mood when things are going well and you're winning playoff rounds and everybody's on a high. It's the ability to find that energy and present the right body language when things aren't going right. And for us as a staff, we knew we were we're in a much different predicament. But our focus was to maintain that same level of emotion, the same level of preparation, the same level of energy coming to the rink every day. And I think that messaging got through to the guys. And obviously, the record didn't show it. We didn't quite have the season that we did the year before, but within our facility and within the growth of some of our young guys, you could see that the same lessons that were applied in year one being applied in year two. You did see the growth and development. You saw the evolution of a lot of guys' games.
Hey, Manny, congrats.
Thank you.
There's no guidebook for the NHL rebuild. Teams go about it the different ways. I mean, you played in Montreal. We see what Montreal's done in 4 years. Have you looked around the league? Have you studied teams that have gone through the rebuild process? And Montreal seems to have done it in 4 short years. How much were you invested in maybe how Marty St. Louis ran things in Montreal? Can you glean anything from that?
A big part of being a coach is understanding what's going on around the league and stealing, if you will, different ideas and thoughts. When you look at different teams and how they've gone through it, number one, there's an understanding that there's going to be some tough times. And when you acknowledge that, it makes things easier to go through it. Not to say that we are going to be accepting of those tough times. It's going to be within those times that we will see the character of our group. We will see what we're made of, and it'll teach us resiliency. It'll teach us how to turn things when they aren't quite going your way, and how to maintain that positive mindset and work through things. Excuse me. So yeah, I think the underlying message with all those teams that have gone through it is consistency and staying the course and believing in what you're doing and executing on those things on the daily.
Just a follow-up. Ryan talked yesterday about the captaincy process and the fact that you have a lot of guys you could look at. It might be a collective thing when you get to training camp. I'm curious what you look for in a captain, Manny. In Abbotsford, you had Chase Wooters for 4 years. Maybe it wasn't your best player, but maybe your most inspirational player. What do you look for in a captain?
I think a captain kind of emerges from the group based off of a lot of those fundamental things: their body language, their energy, how do they carry themselves in the facility, how do they show up on the ice, how do they behave in the room, how do they treat trainers and coaches and support staff. And I think you'll find that the best leaders, they may not be your best players, but they will be the guys that will set the table in terms of how you want the team to look and how you want your team to behave. All the things that you would expect a leader to be. It's about showing those things on the regular, not just lip service and talking about it.
In terms of style of play, what elements are important to you, and what can fans expect from the team in terms of how they'll play?
From a system standpoint, I think the teams that are structured in a way that the guys understand what is expected of them are usually the most successful. In terms of how we want to play, if you look around the NHL, the game's not getting any slower. So it's going to be a very up-tempo style game, high energy, high tempo. But when you look at the teams that I've coached and the way I want them to play, they are going to be very structured. They are going to be very intense, with a very high premium on execution and doing things the right way. That for me is the way I want it to look. And those things are going to be implemented on the daily, again, in practice. How do we practice? How hard do we practice? How intense are our practices? Will dictate a lot of how we're going to look on game night.
First of all, apologies to RJ, because it's yet another question for Manny. Manny, wondering what you can tell us about what you're looking for when you start to build out your coaching staff.
Well, when I talk about those same things, the energy and the body language, obviously I want the staff to reflect that. Guys who are motivated to come in and have that same mentality of wanting to get better. And obviously with a young group, there will be a great deal of teaching. So the ability to teach goes along with your ability to communicate the message. So the staff that I'm looking for, again, will be along the same lines as myself, guys that truly enjoy being at the rink, truly enjoy helping young players find their path and find their game, and have the energy to do it on a daily basis. That's kind of the overview of what I'll be looking for.
Manny, you're obviously going to have a lot of young players next year, like you've had in the minors, but there's some veterans who've been around for a while. What kind of influence do you want them to have, and what qualities they may have, they've done things a certain way for a while? How do you want them to be part of this in the best way?
I think the messaging for our entire group, young or old, if you've been here 1 year, if you've been here 5, 6, 7 years, is that the expectation will be the same for everybody. It's not about, I'm a young guy, I got to cut my teeth, I got to be the hardest worker. And then now I'm an older guy, I can take my foot off the gas, I'm established, I'm here. I think our group will be based around guys that are wanting to be here, want to be part of the solution, and are willing to get uncomfortable with their habits. There needs to be an evolution with the group as a whole. So I think the expectation of anybody that's going to come into this locker room and be a part of training camp has to accept the fact that we will be evolving as a group.
Sorry, one more. I'm not sure if the elephant in the room, I've been away, so I'm not sure if this is on limits, but of course there's a chance your son could play here if you get drafted. How much talk has there been about that dynamic? Like, how do you feel about that? It's obviously a super, unique situation.
It was a part of the conversations that we had prior to the hiring process. And I fully understand the story there, and I understand the positives and negatives of it. But with so many things I've learned, it's a bit of a fool's errand to plan out things that quite haven't happened yet. So if that situation were to happen, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But we've had a very clear understanding in my household that first and foremost, I am dad, who also happens to be a professional hockey coach. So when we are talking about hockey, there's a decision by my kids if they want to talk to dad or coach. So we will continue to have that rule in my house, and it's served us well as a family.
Congratulations. Question it's kind of for both of you, maybe more for Ryan on this one. Thinking about you guys as being former players, because this is the first time, other than when Pat Quinn held all 3 hats, this is the first time in team history that presidents, GM, and coach have all been former Canucks. And I'm wondering if you think that matters.
To be honest, I don't. In the fact that I've always said in any role that I've had, or encouraging other people that have played the game, walking into the other side of the game, is that as soon as you talk about, well, when I did this and when I did this, the wall goes up. They don't want to hear that. I think it gives us a sense of relatability and understanding. But I know between Daniel and Henrik, Manny and myself, I think you could ask any player that we've been around, they've never heard, well, when I did this and I did that. And I think it's also a respectful way of saying, this isn't about me. This is about your journey. I'm using the knowledge that I have as a player to relate to you in a way, and I can use language and I can approach you differently with maybe you understanding that I do have a little experience, or that, but I find as soon as you talk about yourself, you lose today's players. So I don't think, I think they would hang more of it on how they're treated, the respect they're given, than, oh, these guys played, so I better listen.
And Manny, tell us, what does it mean for you to be the first coach of South Asian descent, especially given this market?
When I think about it, I understand the implications and how special it is. And very similar to when I was here as a player, I gave the same answer. My first thought and my foremost thought is that I just want to be the best coach that I can be. At the time, it was I wanted to be the best player I can be, not the best coach of South Asian descent. That continues to be my mindset. When I step back and look at the big picture and you put it into context, I see the importance and I understand the importance that for the South Asian community, it is a big deal. And I have incredible support from them out in Abbotsford. Constantly people saying how proud they were to see somebody in my background getting to the heights that I was. So I understand the importance of it, but I don't put a great deal of emphasis on it. My number one goal is to be the best coach I can be for the Vancouver Canucks.
Congrats, Manny. There are a number of young defensemen on this roster that are important pieces of the rebuild moving forward. When you think about coaching and developing those young defensemen, how do you strike the balance between giving them lots of opportunity and rope and room to make mistakes versus not putting too much on their plate to the point where sometimes young defensemen around the league get overwhelmed?
That's just a huge part of development, period, whether you're a defenseman or a forward. The NHL is a very difficult league to learn in. It's not a developmental league by any means, but giving them the structure and giving them the constant instruction and feedback to help them improve their game. Once again, I'm going to come back to those incremental improvements. You know, you can't, the mindset of having a great game and then a bad game and a great game and a bad game. And we just got to be able to ride the wave a little bit and help them find their consistent game. To me, that's the most important part of both being a pro hockey player and an everyday NHLer is finding the consistency in your game. So that's what we'll do with all of our players, not just our defensemen, is give them the structure to work within and help them find their game within our structure.
And Aotearoa is a player who had a lot of success under you at the American League level. His season here was up and down at times. Strong performance for Finland at the Worlds. Do you view him as a player with untapped upside, and what do you think he's capable of next season?
I'm not great at predicting too far in the future in terms of what a guy will be. Like you said, there is definitely potential there to be a quality NHL, everyday NHLer. And just like the rest of the guys coming to camp, it's our job to help them find their niche and to help them find what their game looks like at the NHL level and how that game can be a part of what we want to do here. Obviously, he's done really well in the face-off circle. You know, just buying into and accepting certain roles is a big, excuse me, is a big part of creating a path for yourself in the NHL. So helping him find those things that are going to make him be an everyday player is the goal going into next season.
Two more.
First, I asked this of RJ a couple of days ago, Petey. Statistically, you know, the fall he's had in the last 2.5 years from the player he was previously is virtually unprecedented. And the last couple of coaches haven't necessarily been able to get more out of him. How do you connect with a player like that? And have you even talked to him in the last few days here? And just what are your expectations of how you're going to deal with him?
To answer your question, I have not spoken with him yet. And as I was saying before, with every player, my goal is to help him find his game. And we all know what he's capable of doing, the talent that he possesses, and the ability that he has on the ice. One of the things that I love most about coaching is finding that connection with players and finding what makes them tick and how to get the best out of them. So it's on myself and the staff to help him find his best game, and to be the player that we know he's capable of being.
Just to follow up Barry's question on Caleb, you know, you mentioned kind of the strategy you have as a family, that you're talking to me as dad or you're talking to me as coach, in terms of how he's going to deal with the challenges if that happens. I understand I'm talking in hypotheticals here, but what about the challenges from your end? How difficult would that be, you know, to separate that from that side if it went down that road?
Again, I don't want to go too far down that road. If it happens, I would treat him just as any other player. And I know people would say, well, you can't because it's your son. And I do understand the challenges there. The one thing, going back to that rule of, do you want to talk to dad or do you want to talk to coach? When Caleb brings up hockey to me, he always wants to talk to coach. I've seen his growth over the last couple of years and what they've done in Brantford and the evolution of his game. I think he would have the wherewithal and the ability to separate the two at the next level.
Zamir from CBC. So you're coming into a team that has not been very good the last season. And how do you motivate a team that's going to do a lot of losing over the next few years? So there's going to be a lot of games that are not going to go your way.
I think one of the points that you've heard RJ recite over and over is we're not evaluating guys on wins and losses. I fully understand that the NHL is based off of you need to win games. Our focus is on the process of just getting better. And one huge part of that for me is, as I said before, it's really easy to come to the rink in a great mood when things are going well and you're scoring points and teams winning games. But trying to find that positivity and find that energy when things aren't going well is a part of growth and development. So for me, that's part of the task, is helping guys find the joy in hockey. The NHL is a pretty good league by all accounts. It's a pretty special place to play. There's only 700 some odd players that get to do it. So it's an absolute privilege. So giving the guys the understanding and helping them understand that this is a fun league to be in, and you have to enjoy the moments, and there will be some good times, there will be some bad times, but the privilege of being an NHL hockey player is all the motivation and all the joy you need to come into the rink every day. It's, you know, I keep talking about, we're going to grind, we're going to work, we're going to evolve, but that's all rooted in finding the joy in the game and helping the guys have fun out there and enjoy practices and enjoy the grind and enjoy the brace. So that, you know, I don't think the guys really need me to come in and give a rah speech and try to motivate them. It's helping them find the joy that's already here in being an NHL hockey player.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
I think ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਾਊਥ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਡਿਸੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮਾਨਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਨਮਾਨ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਸ਼ਾਦੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਦਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸ਼ਾਦੀ ਮਲਹੋਤਰਾ, ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਭਾਰਤ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਸੀ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਾਊਥ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਡਿਸੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਾ ਮਾਣ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ, ਔਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਅਫਜ਼ਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਚੀਜ਼ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ, ਮੇਰੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਦ ਬੈਸਟ ਕੋਚ, ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਦ ਬੈਸਟ ਕੋਚ। ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਮਤਲਬ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸਾਊਥ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਡਿਸੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਇਹ ਹੈਡ ਕੋਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਣੇ ਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਡਿਸਪਲਿਨ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਮੈਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਿਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਲਾਹ ਲੈਣੀ ਹੈ, ਜਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੋਚ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਆਪਣੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਸੈਲਬ ਦਾ। 4 ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਧਰਮ ਪਤਨੀ ਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜੌਨ ਨੈਸ਼। ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲਦੀਆਂ। ਔਰ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਐਕੁਲਿਨੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ। ਐਕੁਲਿਨੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਫਰੈਂਚਾਈਜ਼ੀ ਹੈ, ਫ੍ਰਾਂਸਿਸਕੋ ਐਕੁਲਿਨੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਕਨਕਸ ਦੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ, ਫ੍ਰਾਂਸਿਸਕੋ ਐਕੁਲਿਨੀ ਦਾ, ਐਕੁਲਿਨੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਦਾ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਡੈਨੀਅਲ ਤੇ ਹੈਨਰਿਕ ਸੈਡਨ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੋ ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਨੇ। ਆਰਜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ, ਰਾਇਨ ਜੌਨਸਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕੀਤਾ, ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਦਾ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੀਆਂ ਹਰੇਕ ਲਈ ਸੇਮ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਐਡਵਾਈਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆਈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਐਡਵਾਈਸ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੋਗੇ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਲਈ ਸੇਮ ਹੈ, ਹਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਸੇਮ ਹੈ, ਚਾਹੇ ਕੋਈ ਛੋਟਾ ਚਾਹੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੱਡਾ, ਮੇਰੀ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੇਮ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿੰਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਇਨਫੈਕਟ NHL ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਆਰਟੀਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਗਾਇਆ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਊਥ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਲੋਕ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੁੱਝੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਟੀਮਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲਾਈਆਂ, ਵਿਚ ਆਰ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਮੈਂ USA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ US ਦੇ ਖਜ਼ਾਨਾ ਵਿਭਾਗ ਦੇ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ, ਟ੍ਰੈਜਰੀ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਸਕਾਟ ਬੈਸੈਂਟ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਾਊਸ ਵੇਜ਼ ਐਂਡ ਮੀਨਸ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਇੋਰਟੀਜ਼ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਇੋਰਟੀਜ਼ ਕਿਉਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਬਣਦੀਆਂ, ਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੋ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਰੌਲੇ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਨੂੰ ਫਜ਼ੂਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਜੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਈਰਾਨ ਵਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਐਵੇਂ ਹੀ ਖਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚਣ ਦੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਐਵੇਂ ਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪੈਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਖਿਰਕਾਰ ਪੈਸਾ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਵੇ, ਪੈਸਾ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਬੜੇ ਔਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਆ, ਲੋਕ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖੇ ਆ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਜਟ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਕਦੀ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਦੀ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਹੋਮਲੈਂਡ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਅੱਜ ਸਕਾਟ ਬੈਸੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਕਾਟ ਬੈਸੈਂਟ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਂਗੇ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਹੀਅਰਿੰਗ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਦੈਨ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਮੂਵ ਔਨ ਟੂ ਆਰ ਅਨਦਰ ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ, ਔਰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ। AI ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ which I'm going to share. Scott Besant ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
Been entertaining to hear some of the items that are brought up, if it weren't so sad. But I appreciate many of my colleagues whom I respect speaking out against tariffs. Let me remind folks that after all the criticism of President Trump during his first term relating to tariffs, a few other things too, but in this case tariffs.
Let me just check ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਘੱਟ ਹੈ। Let me just check.
More last year to cover many of the costs that were estimated to be rosy here not that long ago. Between the tariffs, the Iran war, Prices are rising faster than they have in years. Last month, the inflation rate ate up paychecks. Appreciated the chairman's position on pointing out that there has been a routine of 3% increases, but when you're paying more for everything else, that quickly goes away. The price of a tank of gasoline in many places has gone up by almost 50%. That's a staggering amount. And despite the bullish assessment in January that economic growth would hit 5.4% in the fourth quarter, that growth came in at approximately 0.5%, not even a full percentage point. That's not spin, those are facts. The administration continues to argue that down is up and to convince people that their pain should be subjugated to patriotic causes. Whether celebrating higher credit card delinquencies on households, they're spending more every day because of the economic policies of the administration. As if the $1,700 to cover the tariffs wasn't enough, estimates are now showing that the war in Iran has already cost households another $750. And while an extra $200 in gas costs might not be a lot for some folks in the administration, it sure is for a lot of working families. I'm sure we're going to hear that there are many attempts to save the economy by touting the refunds. Those refunds were eaten up almost overnight because of increases in gasoline prices. Tax refunds fell short of the promises by 65% and have been completely wiped out, as I noted, by price hikes. The president's attention remains everywhere but what's most important. As he said, he's not thinking about people's financial situations. He tends to be focused on more vanity projects, including a ballroom and an arch, and painting the reflecting pool. We are now ready for a cage fight on the South Lawn and perhaps a $250 bill with his photograph on it. We look at what has happened recently with the slush fund that was created. And our Republican colleagues continue to go wobbly on their defense, perhaps not understanding how this is playing with the American people. I know the administration has been busy trying this week to explain all of it, telling members of Congress that the slush fund is dead, apparently not consistent with what the president offered but 24 hours ago. Let's be real. The $250 bill might be needed because of the price hikes that are coming to the American people. Americans have made this very clear. 77% say the policies have increased the cost of living, and more than half say it's worse than they can previously remember. Consumer sentiment is currently at a record low. The savings rate for American has dropped to 2.6%, cut in half in just a year. When we look at this economy, we see failure upon failure. The policies that have been proposed have really not worked for average Americans. Families are getting crushed, and we would suggest today that a new course of action needs to be taken. Republicans have made it clear that they don't want to put a stop to the chaos, but Democrats are unwavering in our fight for American families to lower costs and to end the harm that is being done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Today's sole witness is United States Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. The committee has received your written testimony, and it will be part of the formal hearing record. Secretary Bessent, you have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks, and you may begin when you're ready.
Good. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, thank you for convening today's hearing. I'm grateful for this opportunity to discuss President Trump's 2027 budget, which builds on this administration's progress in unleashing a new era of economic expansion. I last appeared before this committee just a few weeks before the House passed the Working Families Tax Cuts. So on the heels of the most successful filing season in IRS history, I'd be remiss if I did not begin by thanking the committee for helping to deliver this once-in-a-generation bill to the president's desk. This tax day, under President Trump, we celebrated how much more money hardworking Americans kept, not how much the government took. Over 62 million tax returns claimed at least one of President Trump's signature new tax cuts: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, deductibility of American car interest loans, and an enhanced deduction for low and middle income seniors. All told, the average refund increased by over 11%, with total refunds increasing by 18%. But as important as what the legislation achieves, it is what it prevented. If opponents of the Working Families Tax Cuts had had their way, our economy would have absorbed the largest tax hike in its history. over $5 trillion. 90% of American taxpayers would have seen their standard deduction slashed, while 40 million families would have seen their child tax credit halved. Instead, this committee held the line and the American people had a better tax day because of it. Notably, President Trump's pro-growth policies don't stop at putting more money back in the pockets of working and middle-class families. They extend to placing the American dream within closer reach of their children. For context, nearly 40% of Americans have no exposure to U.S. equities, no stakes in the companies they helped to build. Trump accounts represent a profound reimagining of that arrangement. They will ensure that every American child can benefit from private ownership and compound growth, that every American child, in short, is born a shareholder. To date, nearly 6 million Trump accounts have been opened, with 1.4 million eligible for the $1,000 seed contribution from Treasury. Of course, as his tax cuts deliver relief for working class Americans, President Trump's economic agenda is bolstered by two other distinct but reinforcing levers: trade and deregulation. Let me briefly address both of these in turn. First, the president is undeterred in his determination to open markets for U.S. goods and services while rebuilding U.S. manufacturing capacity. Over the 12 months ending March 2026, the trade deficit for goods declined by $370 billion compared to the same timeframe ending March 2025. The economy has added 313,000 net new private sector jobs and 13,000 manufacturing jobs in the past 2 months. Firm capital expenditures rose at an annual rate of over 17% in the final quarter, and companies are investing trillions to build and expand here at home. American industry is winning again to the benefit of American workers. A whole-of-government approach, meanwhile, is coupling our manufacturing revival with a great regulatory reset. Properly calibrated regulation is essential for economic growth, capital formation, employment, and higher wages. So at the outset of this administration, President Trump set the ambitious benchmark of slashing 10 existing regulations before issuing a new one. In 2025, we shattered that goal with a ratio of 129-1, and as a result, the regulatory actions generated more savings last year than in those of the prior Trump administration combined. Separately, any one of these initiatives on trade, tax cuts, and deregulation would be substantial. Taken together, they are transformative. Before President Trump took office, our trading partners exploited America's markets, our regulatory state smothered businesses, and our tax code was poised to punish workers and job creators. Today, his policies are driving lower taxes, bigger paychecks, and broader prosperity. So I thank this committee for its partnership in this critical work, and I look forward to building upon our strides through the president's budget for the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session. Mr. Secretary, yesterday in the Senate, you received a lot of questions from the Democrats over the anti-weaponization fund, which Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said on the record is dead. You also told the Senate Finance Committee over and over and over and over a few more times again that you cannot discuss the settlement or the case due to ongoing litigation. Can you please set the record straight right at the top of this hearing so members do not need to use their limited time asking you questions you cannot answer? What is the status of the fund, the settlement agreement, and what part did IRS CEO Mr. Bizignano play in both?
Thank you for this question, Mr. Chairman. I said yesterday that Einstein's definition of insanity is asking the same question over and over again and expecting a different answer. Let me be clear, as we've done throughout this matter, the Department of Treasury is following the direction of the Department of Justice. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche testified on Tuesday that the government will not be moving forward with the fund. We intend to comply with that direction and Attorney General Blanche's direction. I do not have any details into what that means at this time, but I will note that even the Acting Attorney General Blanche's statement Tuesday, this matter is still subject to ongoing litigation, so I'm unable to comment further on it. That means I'm also not able to discuss any part of the settlement agreement. As with all department litigation, the Department of the Treasury and the IRS are represented by the Justice Department. So any additional questions about the settlement or the fund should be directed to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. To your point about Mr. Biziano, while I cannot speak on his behalf, I will note that the settlement agreement calls for the United States to issue an apology to the plaintiffs for, among other things, leaking their tax returns. Mr. Chairman, President Trump is a great American who has endured over 10 years of harassment and weaponization from all levels of government. No American should be targeted for political reasons.
Thank you, Secretary, for starting out with that information. This tax filing season was the most historic because of the tax relief delivered to working class families through the Working Families Tax Cuts. How much total tax relief did Americans get just this tax season?
Approximately $325 billion, Mr. Chairman.
And how much did the average individual tax refund increase?
The average refund increased by more than 11%, but that does not reflect the dollar value. As the ranking member likes to say, we overpromised and underdelivered. That is incorrect because so many people owed taxes last year that the dollar increase was actually much larger, going from negative to positive. As I travel the country, I have so many taxpayers who thank me because they had to pay last year and they got a refund this year.
So how many taxpayers claimed at least one of President Trump's priorities of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, or the auto loan interest?
Approximately 62 million filers, or about 44%, Mr. Chairman.
And so what percent of tax filers who received a tax cut in filing season earned less than $100,000?
Just over 70%, sir.
70%.
70.
So what percent of waiters and other tipped workers who received a tax cut, thanks to the no tax on tips, earned less than $100,000?
90%.
90.
90.
That's helping people that need it the most. Funny, Democrats always claim that the working families tax cuts were for billionaires. Mr. Secretary, I'm sure you know a lot of billionaires. Do you know any billionaires that was able to use the no tax on tips deduction?
I have plenty of billionaires I give tips to, but not monetary tips, sir.
Do you know of any billionaires that was able to use the no tax on overtime deduction?
No, sir.
Absolutely not. But you'll hear all day today that this tax cut was for the billionaires. But the evidence proves differently, and so I greatly appreciate that. I'm sure we will hear about inflation in the economy today, too. And so at this point, during President Biden's term, what was the core inflation rate?
6.2%, which led us to the worst inflation in 49 years, sir.
Absolutely. And was the highest under Biden? What was the highest?
6.6.
6.6.
September of 22.
And so what is core inflation this very second?
2.8%.
2.8%. But at this time, during the Biden administration, it was 6.2?
Yes, sir.
Wow. You wouldn't think that was the case based on the rhetoric coming from the other side, but that's what we're going to get. The Working Families Tax Cuts renewed and revamped the Opportunity Zone programs to ensure that rural communities get their share of the benefits. The law provides incentives that will drive an estimated $100 billion in new investments into rural communities, helping small businesses and working families in underserved, often overlooked areas of the country. How is the Trump administration implementing this improved Opportunity Zone program to ensure rural communities that I represent are in fact benefiting in the way Congress intended? And how is Treasury utilizing the new transparency requirements within the program to reinforce this effort to target those underserved communities?
Mr. Chairman, as someone who grew up in a rural community, I'm very excited by the prospect of these opportunity zones being available there. I think it is new and important seeing the success, and I'm also excited by the permanence. And I would also point out that many members from the other side of the aisle have called Treasury concerned about losing opportunity zones in their districts or states in the case of senators. And I pointed out to them that they voted against them, but we will work with them on these opportunity zones. Congress wanted to reach all levels, and we are working on transparency requirements, which are critical because to make sure that the investment is reaching the rural communities, small businesses, and local projects.
Thank you. On January 5th, 2026, through the hard work of both you and your staff, the Treasury Department secured a side-by-side agreement that largely exempts U.S. headquartered multinational enterprises from the OECD's income inclusion rule and undertaxed payments rule. This is a major win for U.S. tax sovereignty. How confident are you that this agreement will be respected and fully implemented by OECD members, particularly in the European Union?
I believe that we have the tools necessary that if our sovereignty is not respected, to counteract any failures to enact this. And I believe this is important because with this, the money comes into the U.S. Treasury rather than foreign treasuries, Mr. Chairman.
What I would say, Secretary, you can count on us as working hand in glove as allies, because Congress can also move legislation to make sure that they honor this. And we're willing to do that if they do not honor your commitment.
And Mr. Chairman, I will point out that my friend Senator Wyden complimented the side-by-side when he was back in Oregon recently.
It's great to hear. What monitoring has Treasury put in place to ensure that U.S. companies are not still subjected to the discriminatory treatment?
We frequently meet with the companies, and we have active engagement with the OECD on this matter.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A reminder that members of the committee, they get to decide how to allocate their 5 minutes as long as they're within the framework of the questions that they wish to ask. So, Mr. Secretary, were you or any employee of Treasury informed of the settlement that the Attorney General entered into with the plan of the fund?
Again, Congressman, there's ongoing litigation, and as I said, I'm unable to answer.
Fine. So I think we can agree upon this. There were 400,000 taxpayers that had their tax information leaked when Charles Littlejohn released that information. We all agree no citizen should have their taxpayer information leaked. That's a clear violation. But if we follow the logic of what has been proposed, then the suggestion would be that these 400,000 people would be never subject to any sort of IRS oversight?
Again, I'm unable to comment on that.
Okay. Okay. So let me go back to part of the statistical data that's been gathered. With Barnstable, Massachusetts, which is a central hub on Cape Cod for commercial and transportation activity, they rely upon tourist dollars. It's a big deal. Over the last year, there's been a 54% decrease in Canadian tourists. We're slow walking the tariff refunds. You and I were there, as I reminded the audience today, when the Supreme Court heard those arguments, and the suggestion was that the tax refunds were going to proceed expeditiously. That is not happening. There have been arguments that somehow that they've been slow walked on purpose because they did cost $166 billion, which would come from revenue that previously had been allocated. In Las Vegas, those who fly into the Harry Reid Airport, 4.9 million people flew in last year. That's down by 12%. The positions that we have taken on the tariffs, the positions that we have taken on trade, have really been inconsistent with previous presidents and previous administrations. We understand how tariffs might be used to penalize an adversary, but the application of these tariffs are not working for the American family because of the price increases that are being experienced, particularly in the agricultural states where we can see where much of the political turmoil is now playing out. Ground beef is up by 20%. As I noted earlier, gasoline 51%. Airfares have spiked by 20%. And everywhere that we turn, there's a price hike because of the economic policies that the president has embraced. Inflation has hit 3.8%. We've watched how now perhaps we're going to change the independence of the Federal Reserve Board for the purpose of complying with some political suggestions. Let me suggest here that we think that the independence of the Federal Reserve Board, and in fact, the independence of the former chairman of that board, helped to guide us through a very rocky period of time. We watched how that service was denigrated time and again, despite the fact that it was an honest, patriotic effort that was made by that chairman to get us through, again, a very, very difficult period of time. But if we don't like the outcome with the consumer price index, we get rid of the forecaster. If we don't like the result of what the Federal Reserve Board has said, then we threaten and intimidate the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. The argument has been, since your last visit, that lowering costs was something that we all embraced. But there's a fundamental acknowledgement, and it is not happening. I cited a previous statistic that I think remains very compelling this morning. 77% of the American people disagree right now with the economic positions that are being embraced by the administration. With that, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you for being here today, Mr. Secretary. Passing the working family tax cuts was a major win for all Americans. In addition to the record tax refunds that millions of Americans have received, I'm especially excited about the law as it pertains to small business. 100% bonus depreciation for business investment will boost the economic growth in manufacturing by encouraging small business to invest in America. Someone that's been in business for a lot of years, I can tell you the reality is very much the case. In addition, the permanent 199A small business deduction will make it easier for small businesses to create jobs and reinvest in their corporations or operations. More than anything else, I'm excited about the fact that we made a lot of this permanent. It'll make a huge difference going forward, and it has already. Working families tax cuts are ensuring that American businesses can thrive and grow in the economy. I had a good fortune of being chairman of the Florida Chamber. We had 130,000 businesses, and these tax things, I can tell you, make a big difference. And the guy who's Mark, who's CEO, made that reference to me many times. Mr. Secretary, the small businesses in my district tell me 100% bonus depreciation is so important that that decision is key to their buying equipment and other things. What's your thoughts on that, or your experience on the bonus depreciation part?
Congressman, I believe that the bonus depreciation, the full deductibility of the equipment is one of the greatest driving forces we are seeing in our manufacturing and, in fact, our Main Street revival. And I think equally important is the permanence. The Republican Congress made this permanent, so great certainty, and the 20% pass-through rate is also made permanent, is giving small business permanence.
Can you touch on 199A? That's a big thing for a lot of people in the district. It levels the playing field with the corporations where they got cut 35 to 21 or whatever, or 20, but this will give that 20% will make a big difference. But I wanted to get your thoughts and what you're seeing.
Yes, sir. It gives the average small business about $7,000 more per year. And the small business deduction cuts taxes for 8 million small business owners by 4,600. And again, what is important here is the certainty and the permanence. It allows the small businesses to hire, to invest, and plan for the future.
Good morning, everybody. What a remarkable experience. I still have the rubber glove from touching some of the things here, so the raw lung. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, Monsieur le Premier Ministre, Madame Carney, chers collègues, Talib Nur Mohammed, Maggie Chi, Karim Bardizi, Ahmed Hassan is here. I thought Julie might be here. All the doctors, thank you. All the health practitioners. C'est un grand plaisir d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui pour le lancement de l'IA pour tous, la nouvelle stratégie nationale du Canada en matière d'intelligence artificielle. And there can be no more fitting place to launch a national strategy called AI for All than right here at the great Toronto General Hospital at the University Health Network, one of the great innovation health centers in the world. And Dr. Smith, Kevin, thank you for you and your team for hosting us today. Some remarkable demonstrations that I would encourage everyone to see. We are also in the riding of our great colleague, Dr. Danielle Martin, who knows a lot about health and innovation here at UHN. For decades, UHN has been one of the places where Canadian science and Canadian medicine and innovation have come together to improve people's lives at their most vulnerable moments. And UHN now has an AI hub actively moving to safely and responsibly integrate AI innovation into their hospitals to serve patients and Canadians and support clinicians. That's exactly what our national strategy AI for All is all about. AI that serves Canadians, not the other way around. L'innovation au service des gens, l'innovation au service des patients, l'innovation au service du Canada. So I just want to quickly recognize members of Canada's AI Strategy Task Force who are here today. Many of you helped shape this strategy through your expertise, your advice, and your commitment to making sure Canada's approach to AI is ambitious, responsible, and grounded in the needs of serving Canadians. Merci pour votre contribution importante. Now, this is a transformative moment, as the Prime Minister says, and we all hear about AI everywhere, at the dinner table, at work, and there's an enormous opportunity to change lives for the better. But we know there's real concerns about trust and safety and privacy and control. And we have to be open to the opportunities for AI and candid about these concerns. And our strategy for AI for All, is a pragmatic, practical one that will make sure Canadians have the skills, the tools, and the means to ensure that AI serves our values just like they're doing here at UHN. People need to see what AI does for them, not what AI is, how it's supporting doctors and nurses and improving services. The goal of the strategy is to do just that, as the Prime Minister will tell you about, to build information must be seized, and Canada's approach must be built on Canadian values, built on Canadian strength, and built to serve all Canadians. So, to give the details, it is an absolute honor and pleasure to welcome the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Minister Solomon, cher collègue. It is a great pleasure to be here at Toronto General in the University Health Network. It is humbling and inspiring at the same time to be here and to be with such an esteemed group. Dr. Smith, I should acknowledge as well, Dean Connor, Chair of the Board, Dr. Smith, Kevin, and the entire University Health Network team. Thank you for your service and the care that you provide to so many Canadians every day. Let's put this in context. Yeah. And for those of us who had the privilege of going around the exhibits, it's not just the service, but it's the innovation. Everything that I saw didn't exist 5 years ago, but is transformative today and going forward. And think about it, Toronto General, this broader network, 700,000 people are treated a year using a precious combination of empathy, compassion, and world-class expertise and cutting-edge technologies. All of those aspects are present. The world's first single and double lung transplant happened here. The first external heart pacemaker, first use of insulin, all happened right here. That's what's possible when good people harness new technologies and deploy them with the right purpose. And that's what we must do today on a much broader scale, but at the same human level. Because artificial intelligence, the defining technology of our era, is here. In his recent encyclical, Pope Leo warned that the scale and speed at which AI is developing, and I quote, "Never has humanity had such power over itself." And he set the challenge of whether we would use that power for the common good. Question isn't whether AI will transform our lives, it will. AI is already changing how we work, how we learn, and how we connect. The question is, will it improve the lives of all Canadians or benefit only a few? And that's why we must take a positive, pragmatic, and prudent approach that builds safe, reliable, and sovereign AI for workers and businesses, for Canada, and for our allies. Les Canadiens ont contribué à inventer l'IA moderne. Les idées fondamentales qui constituent les systèmes d'aujourd'hui passent par les chercheurs canadiens Jeffrey Hinton, Joshua Bengio, and Richard Sutton. Cet héritage se poursuit grâce à des universités de calibre AI from compute to cloud to data storage. That creates real risks that foreign entities could access Canadian data, deploy AI products that shape Canadian lives without reflecting our values, and tilt the playing field against Canadian firms, while Canada lacks the leverage to push back or the ability to control. It also creates the risk that, as with other forms of integration, from financial payments to supply chains, AI could be weaponized against us. Pour faire en sorte que l'IA profite à chaque Canadien, nous avons besoin d'une approche qui rejoint chaque Canadien. Nous avons besoin d'une stratégie qui aide nos travailleurs et nos entreprises à adopter l'IA, à soutenir la concurrence à l'échelle mondiale. Une stratégie qui garantit aux Canadiens de choix canadiens dans les outils d'IA qu'ils utilisent et une stratégie qui repose sur des bases de confiance et de sécurité. We need a strategy that not only addresses these challenges, but also builds on ways in which Canadian businesses are using AI. I'll give some examples. In Halifax, Dr. Robert Chen and his team at Cardio Diagnostique are using AI to screen heart murmurs in infants, leading to lower unnecessary referrals and shorter wait times. In Saskatoon, the Canadian company Croptomistic is using AI to transform soil mapping, so there's less fertilizer that's used. In Peterborough, AI-powered traffic lights are reducing congestion, 40% fewer vehicle delays, 20% fewer emissions. Prosperity and sovereignty in the age of AI belong to those nations that can build, adopt, and govern AI on their own terms. Nations that encourage the deployment of AI to make the lives of their citizens better. And to that end, with Minister Solomon and colleagues, we're pleased to launch Canada's new AI for All strategy. That's AI governed by Canadian values, AI that is accountable to Canadians, AI that serves all Canadians. Our strategy has three guiding principles. The first is trust. We will protect your data, your privacy, and your children. Second, opportunity. We will empower Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, Canadian students with the tools to expand their knowledge, their expertise, and their futures. And finally, sovereignty. We will reinforce Canadian sovereignty so Canadians can make their own choices on how AI is built, governed, and used. Dans le monde virtuel, comme dans le monde physique, nous serons maîtres chez nous. La stratégie l'IA pour tous vise à générer 200 milliards de dollars supplémentaires de croissance économique. Cela pourrait se traduire par la création de 250 000 emplois liés à l'IA au cours des 5 prochaines années et faire passer le taux d'adoption de l'IA qui est aujourd'hui d'1 sur 10 à près de 2 tiers d'ici 2034. Au cours de cette stratégie, on trouve l'adoption. Pour que les Canadiens bénéficient de l'IA, chacun doit avoir la possibilité d'apprendre à l'utiliser. Et pour l'utiliser, l'IA, les Canadiens doivent pouvoir lui faire confiance. country in classrooms, workplaces, libraries, community centers. With free and trustworthy AI learning kits, including courses and modules, Canadians will better understand AI, be able to use it safely.
I think I'm going to pause this. मैं actually शायद बोल ही जा रहा ਸੀ और मेरी आवाज़ नहीं सी आ रही मैंने किसी ने मैसेज पाया कि मेरा लेवल ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੋਲਿਊਮ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਇਥੋਂ ਡਾਊਨ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਾਈਕ ਮਿਕਸਰ ਤੋਂ ਐਕਸਟ੍ਰੀਮਲੀ ਸੌਰੀ ਫॉर दैट ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸਤੀਫਾ ਆਇਆ ਜਸਟ ਵਨ ਸੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸਤੀਫਾ ਆਇਆ ਇਹ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਸਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਸੋ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗਿਵਿੰਗ them the credit ਕਿ ਇਹ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨੇ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਰਿਜ਼ਾਈਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜੇਮਸ ਕਰਵਾਨਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਸੋਬੀਆ ਮੋਮਨ ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗਿਵਿੰਗ ਦ ਕ੍ਰੈਡਿਟ ਟੂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਸਨ ਫॉर श्योर ਔਰ ਦੂਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦਾ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਔਰ ਇਧਰੋਂ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦਾ ਯੁੱਧ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਤੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਟਾਫ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਇੱਕ ਫਾਊਂਟੇਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਉਹਦੀ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਬਣ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਬਲਾਕਸ ਬਣ ਰਹੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਡੀਲ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਪੋਸੀਬਲ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੇ ਝਗੜਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧੇਗਾ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੱਲ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀਆਂ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੱਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਸੈਸਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਬੜੀ ਭਿਆਵਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਹੌਰਿਫਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਆ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਡਰੋਨ ਗਿਰਿਆ ਔਰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਸਪੈਕਟ ਤੋਂ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦੀ ਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੱਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਯੈਸਟਰਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇਟੋ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਮਾਰਕ ਰੂਟੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਸ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੱਖ ਤੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਅੱਜ ਸਿੰਸ ਵਾਰ ਜੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਰਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਂਝ ਪਾਈ ਔਰ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਜੰਗ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਬਟ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ AI ਫॉर ਆਲ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੁਣ ਲਈਏ ਉਹਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ
The approach will also help identify biases and misinformation and give Canadians the AI tools to learn and to help with their careers. As we adopt AI more broadly, there will be significant demands for Canadian workers who have the knowledge and the know-how to use this technology effectively. So a farmer who needs a manager with AI expertise to oversee exactly how much to plant, to water, to fertilize. The factory owner who needs an AI specialist to streamline machine data so the floor runs smoother and faster. To ensure that Canada is ready to meet that demand and to train up the next generation, we'll create over 90,000 AI-related job opportunities for young Canadians, including through the Student Work Placement Program, Canada's Summer Jobs, MyTax, and Skills for Success programs. We'll invest in training and upskilling for workers at every stage of their careers, from students to mid-career professionals to frontline workers. And we will ensure that every post-secondary student has access to trusted AI agents, whether they're in art schools, or computer science labs, whether they're training to be electricians or carpenters, in order that our next generation has world-class, reliable tools on which to build and learn. We're going to use the Business Development Bank's LIFT program to help Canadian SMEs access financing to adopt AI tools in their operations. We're providing $500 million through the Regional AI Initiative to expand AI adoption, commercialization, and readiness across the country. And we'll expand affordable sovereign compute for Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises with an additional $700 million in the Compute Access Fund. So Canadian AI adoption will be prudent, pragmatic, and pro-worker. Il est essentiel que l'IA reflète l'identité, les valeurs et la culture canadienne. Et cela signifie renforcer la présence du français dans les systèmes de l'IA et en veillant à ce que les outils reflètent dans les deux langues officielles. Cela signifie de soutenir les initiatives sur l'IA dirigées par des autochtones, de protéger les langues et les connaissances autochtones et de permettre aux autochtones de déterminer la manière dont l'IA sera développée et utilisée. And the third part of our strategy is to ensure that Canada controls its AI sovereignty. Just in our defense industrial strategy, we will follow a build, partner, buy framework. So first, we will build in Canada and direct procurements for sovereign capabilities towards Canadian firms first. Where we can't build, we'll partner with like-minded allies to attract investment and to integrate supply chains. And only after exhausting these options will we buy from abroad. So starting with focusing on building in Canada, let's observe that Canada is one of only 4 countries in the world with a large language model. That means, amongst other things, that the data that Canadians share through their businesses and public services can be processed and governed within Canada under Canadian laws and standards. It safeguards our digital sovereignty and our national security. And with this foundation, Canada will build a world-leading public AI supercomputer, giving researchers and businesses access to secure, high-performance compute power for their greatest innovations. We'll also create a Canadian Tech Growth Fund, a $500 million vehicle to take equity stakes in high-potential AI firms, helping Canadian companies to succeed globally while remaining proudly Canadian. We will expand sovereign compute and cloud infrastructure, reducing our reliance on foreign providers. Now, today, let's be clear. Most of our data that's used in AI goes across our border or is governed by privacy regimes of other countries. And that's why, one of the reasons why we will back Canadian AI talent with nearly $350 million to expand our AI institutes in Montreal, here in Toronto, and Edmonton, to increase AI research, and to recruit the best talent from engineering and mathematics to health and agriculture. Now, as in the physical world, it's not just
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡੇਟਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਂ AI ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਐਪਸ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਉਹ ਬਾਹਰਲੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਐਪਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰਾ ਡੇਟਾ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਡੇਟਾ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਮਾਡਲ ਦੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਤਰੀਕਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਮਝ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਕਈ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਡੇਟਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਬਾਹਰਲੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ, ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਈ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਐਪਸ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, ਕਈ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਖਤ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜੋ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ।
What we build, it's how we build. We'll build sustainably, linking new data center development with expanding clean energy and robust environmental standards. We'll build inclusively in full partnership with Indigenous peoples. As I said, we'll support Indigenous-led AI research, leveraging programs from Canadian Heritage, the National Research Council, and industry partners like Mila. And we will build in solidarity with Canadian workers, unions, and post-secondary institutions. Where we can't build alone here in Canada, we'll partner with like-minded allies. In 1 year, Canada has secured 20 economic and security partnerships, 12 of which are in AI. One of those landmark initiatives is the Sovereign Technology Alliance, which will deepen our collaboration with trusted allies, starting with Germany, in order to share AI research, talent, investment, and infrastructure. We'll use our complementary strengths to build a dense web of partnerships from Europe, Asia, Australia, and the Middle East. Ce n'est qu'après avoir épuisé ces options que nous envisageons d'acheter à l'étranger. Et même dans ce cas, nous verrons à ce que les retombées maximales reviennent au Canada tout au long de la chaîne de valeur, notamment en tirant parti de la politique achetée canadienne pour soutenir l'essor des entreprises ici. The most crucial objective of our strategy is to ensure that AI works for Canadians. And that's why we're launching an AI missions program, which will take Canadian AI out of the lab and put it to work on real problems such as those we've just seen solved here at UHN. We will bring together companies, health systems, governments, community partners to move ambitious ideas into practical use faster. And our first mission, which is why we're here, is to deploy $200 million to improve healthcare with projects driven by the healthcare sector, but they could include reducing ER wait times, expanding access to primary care, reducing administrative burdens on physicians, caregivers, improving surgical methods. You know, nearly 3/4 of EU countries are already using AI-assisted diagnostics to support medical imaging and to detect disease. Et nous mettons au profit une technologie transformatrice pour améliorer la vie des Canadiens. Nous élargissons Vital, une plateforme canadienne de données de santé qui utilise l'IA pour relier des centaines de milliers de points de données hospitaliers, de l'imagerie aux dossiers médicaux et aux signes vitaux aux patients, afin de favoriser des percées dans la manière dont nous prédisons, prévenons et traitons les maladies. Et bientôt, nous nous tournerons vers des projets similaires dans le domaine de l'énergie, de l'agriculture et du transport. So let me close by recognizing, as Minister Solomon did, that too often AI is talked about, including by those who are developing it and building the infrastructure to support it, as if AI were the end in itself. Too seldom is it connected to people and for people. Our strategy, inspired by UHN, our strategy AI for All, is designed to put Canadians back in control, to build trust, to seize opportunities, and above all, to harness AI to improve lives and indeed to save them. Operating rooms just down the hall, surgeons are using AI-assisted imaging to identify arterial structures during complex procedures, gallbladders, arterial structures, lungs, beyond. You know, in one of the world's most demanding jobs, with the most highly trained, skilled specialists, AI is making them even better, even more precise, even more confident, all because of a tool that did not exist 5 years ago. With our new strategy, that's how we will help shape how we use AI, to ensure that in Canada, AI works for all Canadians all of the time. To build a Canada that's not just strong, not just intelligent, but good. And with that, I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Question answer session ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ
I'm going to spend the other rest of the time on this.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. Solomon. We'll start with questions. On va commencer avec des questions.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Barbara with Thai Politics. My question is about Billy Bishop's airport. So apparently there is a lack of support, or at least public support, from Liberal MPs on the expansion of the Toronto Island airport. They are not coming out and endorsing the idea, just making cautious statements about it. But Premier Ford says that you support it. So do you support this expansion? Why do you think Liberal MPs are not fully endorsing it? And is this something you would move forward with, even if the Liberal caucus is not completely on board?
Well, I think the first thing is the initiatives come from the province, as you know, and what's important is that there's adequate consultation with affected residents, the broader city of Toronto, and we will put in place, and we'll make announcements shortly, of consultation process in order for that to take place over the course of the summer. There's many, many issues. There's issues of transportation. There's issues of economics, but there's issues of neighborhoods, quality of life, environmental concerns or issues, parks and other elements. And so we'll use a process. The federal government is very much an actor here, process to understand all of that and get the feedback. And one of the many strengths of my colleagues, and they have many, is that they are very tied into their communities and have those perspectives. So because we have those perspectives, we'll go through that process. I personally have not formed an opinion, just to be absolutely clear, on the airport, in part because those full processes have not been done. Thank you.
Prochaine question. Next question.
Hi, Prime Minister. Hannah Alberga with the Canadian Press. The AI strategy says Canada is uniquely positioned to lead an alliance of aligned democracies who pool research, talent, compute, and procurement power. Do you think such an alliance could offer a credible alternative to U.S. big tech? And is that the goal that you're trying to set out here?
Well, I think the short answer is in a series of areas that critical mass absolutely can be developed. I referenced one, which is we have LLM, large language model capabilities here that very few other countries, only 3 other countries have. That's part of a broader AI ecosystem that we can build alliances around. We've already started to do that with Germany as an example. There is, I can tell you from our 12 AI related partnerships that we've signed over the last year, there is very strong interest in like-minded countries of sharing infrastructure, various aspects of infrastructure as part of that ecosystem as well. There is a very strong interest in coordinating, and this will be part of what is discussed at the G7 in Evian in 2 weeks' time, coordinating and improving child safety approaches. And one would expect that our partnerships would be deeper with those countries that share our priorities on that and get it right. So yes is the short answer. I don't view this necessarily, maybe the last point I'll make, as a winner-take-all or a challenge strategy. There are just such a host of applications for AI that is going to be tailored to the values, or should be tailored to the values of countries. There are many countries that share enough of those values with Canada that they're natural partners. Thank you.
Prochaine question. Next question.
Hello, this is Shubi with Y Media. You recently at an event said that when you come to this country, do not bring your animosities. What does your government plan to do against those who bring their animosities to this country and spread hatred?
Yeah, well, there's a variety of answers to that question. It starts with whether the expression of those are criminal. What this government is doing is taking a very tough and appropriate line on criminal expressions of hate, particularly. As you may know, Bill C-9 is working its way through Parliament. It will soon be law. We have fought hard for that. It's absolutely right to police hate, to stop intimidation of individuals, whether they're going to their synagogue, mosque, church, community center, where they've been subject to harassment, intimidation, online hate, etc. So first, policing, where we play a role and we've reinforced. Secondly, the right laws, 6 pieces of legislation, the most important, C9, on hate. Then there is a broader set of issues, which, and part of the reason I said that in the broader context of that speech, is it's all of our responsibility as Canadians. What is our role as Canadians? What's the civic compact in Canada? And that civic compact is that we're all equal. Unity does not mean uniformity. We respect each other's differences, and we celebrate them. Now, I'm going to make an adjacent point because I think it's important. Let me make those are fundamental things, and we need to get better as all of us as a country in doing that. Okay. Let me make an adjacent point because of where we are. Dr. Smith pointed out to me that the transplant record here at UHN is first in the world. First in the world, bar none. And part of the reason it's first in the world is it's the same care for everyone who comes through that door, right? That's an expression of Canadian unity, Canadian equality, that also is part of a broader sense of citizenship that means, yes, leaving animosities at the door and building together. Has tangible results as well, and I salute this group for it. Thank you.
सवाल बहुत देर को चल रहा है।
Bonjour, M. Carney.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, M. Carney.
Bonjour, madame.
Bérubé de Radio-Canada. Une question en français. D'un côté, votre gouvernement multiplie les reculs face aux géants du web et d'un autre, vous voulez un secteur de l'intelligence artificielle plus souverain, donc moins dépendant des États-Unis. Comment vous allez expliquer ça à l'administration Trump sans en subir les conséquences?
Premièrement, je ne partage pas votre prémisse, c'est pas une surprise. Nous venons de prendre une décision sur les streamers, en effet, mais c'était une question d'abordabilité. Pour les Canadiennes et les Canadiens. Il y a des grands défis, tout le monde le sait, sauf évidemment le CRTC, qu'il y a des défis de pouvoir d'achat. Ce sera demain que le bénéfice d'essentiel et l'épicerie va arriver pour 12 millions de Canadiens et Canadiennes. C'est à cause des difficultés réelles qui existent. Et ce n'est pas le moment d'enlever les prix de content audiovisuel. Mais en même temps, c'est le moment de renforcer nos investissements dans le secteur culturel, dans la langue française, dans la culture québécoise. Et nous le faisons. Nous le faisons avec 600 millions de dollars de plus. En ce qui concerne ce secteur et les règles qui gouvernent, qui va gouverner la protection des enfants, par exemple, l'utilisation de l'IA. On va dévoiler dans les prochaines semaines des projets de loi, des grands projets de loi qui vont affecter tout cela. OK, merci.
Prochaine question, next question.
Sean Benjamin, CBC. Canada is committing to sovereign cloud computing and also planning to have AI companies watermark AI-generated content.
Yeah.
Will these plans further inflame, irritate U.S. trade relations?
No. Well, this is fundamental. Let's take sovereign cloud, sovereign compute. This is a strategy that any sentient country is taking. Let's put it that way, right? This is fundamentally strategic, and it makes sense to do that. Now, the question of where is the government of Canada going to hold your data and our national security data is going to hold it in Canada. So that's the most extreme version of sovereign cloud and with the most trusted providers. But also, where do Canadian companies and where are Canadians most comfortable having their data and them having those options? So we view this as fundamental and straightforward. Does that mean there aren't important roles in the Canadian AI ecosystem for US-based AI companies? No. Of course, there are important roles today, and we benefit. Canadians benefit from them. But we will make the laws here, and we will also grow our capacity here, our physical compute capacity, if I can put it that way, so that we can protect Canadians. Yes.
Merci.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Justin Ling, the Toronto Star. You mentioned Pope Leo's encyclical in your remarks. In that encyclical, the Pope recommends prudence. He recommends a slower pace of adoption. And in effect, he's recommending that maybe governments don't need to build trust in AI, that maybe it doesn't deserve that trust. How did that encyclical inform your own approach to developing the strategy, including your conversation with him? And if I can attack a little gotcha question on the end, do you believe AI will ever be capable of sentience?
That's quite a okay. So first thing, our strategy was substantially developed the core principles of our strategy. In fact, the animating principle of AI being for all, doing what we can, AI for all Canadians. The purpose of AI working for Canadians, not Canadians working for AI. Those have been there from the first conversations and the first development. So what I found with the encyclical, not that there weren't it wasn't richer and a better expression of many of those principles, but there was a congruence, there was a complementarity, and the same in the conversation. So again, I mean, to use the language of it is the Tower of Babel, in other words, about the technology, or Jerusalem about the human, about the people. Okay, we're anchored in that, and if you start with that as your animating principle, which we did, for all, both words being important, for all and all, that leads to a series of decisions and priorities, and that's the product. The strategy is not the last word, of course, but is the product of that thinking. So I hope that answers the pre-gotcha part of your question. Do I think we're going to get to singularity is effectively? Those who know a lot more than me do think that is the case. I don't know enough to fully answer that. Certainly, what I do feel is very strongly, our government feels, is that we want to, and we will ensure that our data privacy and children are protected, number one. Number two, that children are protected, number one. Number two, that we will ensure our sovereignty is reinforced, and we will do everything we can to make sure that AI is working for people as opposed to replacing or working across purposes. Thank you. En français, quel aspect? Le dernier, oui, c'est la possibilité de la singularité. C'est, oui, selon des experts, par exemple, M. Hassabis, le lauréat de Nobel, il pense que oui, ça va arriver peut-être dans une décennie. Je ne sais pas. Je ne suis pas expert dans l'IA, mais ce qui est fondamental, on doit prendre des mesures, et le gouvernement prend des mesures afin de protéger nos enfants, nos données et notre privacy, en effet, et puis de renforcer notre souveraineté dans les domaines de l'IA. Sure.
Murad Hamadi, The Logic. Prime Minister, you talked about leverage in your speech. Even with your procurement and support for Canadian-owned AI infrastructure, the strategy acknowledges that much of Canada's compute will come from US hyperscalers into the foreseeable future. And Canada itself isn't a huge compute market, at least compared to the US. So what leverage does Canada have if the US decides to violate our digital sovereignty?
What do you mean by the last part of your question?
If the whole point of this is that if our data and our AI is not within Canadian control, then that's a problem.
Well, let me put it this way. There's multiple points of leverage, and look, we don't view this as an adversarial. This is not an adversarial conversation. And let me give you an example of that. A tangible example that's going on right now with the development, as you'd be aware, of Mythos, latest stage Anthropic. The equivalent for OpenAI is 5.5, which creates real risk for many entities, financial institutions, others, in terms of cyber and ability effectively to hack systems. The U.S. has rolled, both of those are available to the Canadian government in real time, and they are available becoming available to core institutions so we can protect ourselves. So I give that example to underscore, I don't think we should paint a picture of that this, as I said, that this is in any way adversarial. We're very much working together as a very complementary, reinforcing. That said, there are certain elements where, for national security, for Canadians' preferences and for sovereignty, and I'm going to use sovereignty with respect to specific companies and others, prior to aspect, where the desire will be to have compute infrastructure, model train in Canada. And we will create that ability. Now, what leverage do we have? What ability we have? This where is it goes everywhere from the energy infrastructure to the expertise to a real expertise that's resident in some of our big companies. Cohere would be an example, where the ability to train, where they are more asset light in their ability to develop their models and their training. And they are more enterprise focused and sovereign focused. That's, call it leverage, or that's an advantage that we have. It's one of the reasons we have some of the partnerships more broadly. So we'll use those aspects to our advantage. And maybe I'll just underscore one other thing, which of course I've got a slight recency bias here, but having touched a lung and know that the main purpose of the lung, just beyond that curtain, is to generate synthetic data, or rather real data for a synthetic lung that then is used to train for better applications. It shows you, again, it reminds that in a number of these applications, I'll see a bunch over there at Vector, where you don't, away from the LLM world, of which there are only a handful, large language model world, yes, you need data, but you don't need all the data in the world. You don't need all of that scale. And many of the applications that are created there, first and foremost, they directly improve the lives of Canadians, having transplants here, but they're an advantage for Canada internationally. We could call it leverage. I don't want to apply that term more broadly than I did in the speech. Thank you.
Next question.
Hello, Nathaniel Dove, Global News. Prime Minister, your government recently announced extensions on steel quotas for non-CUSMA countries, as well as a review of the CRTC decision to force streamers to pay more to the CanCon fund. Both these issues have been irritants to the Americans. Were these concessions to the U.S. to get trade talks going? Where do those stand?
Well, first on streamers, I'll reinforce the point I made in French, which is that this is a question first and foremost on affordability. This is not the time to raise costs for Canadians. We're literally tomorrow providing support on groceries and essentials for 12 million Canadians, up to $533 for a family of four, and having streaming costs go up in the face of that. It is the time to reinforce Canadian cultural industries, and so the $600 million additional dollars, which I would add is on top of the $750 million for various cultural industries we put in place in the last budget, does that. It more than makes whole the sector on this. So we're balancing. It's the time to get a balance in around that. CRTC, obviously we disagree with we take issue with the impact of the decision. I will just remind that last summer we were very supportive of the decision of the CRTC for broadband reselling across Canada, not least because that improved competition and lowered costs for Canadians, something that's actually being seen. So where there's a consistent approach around affordability, and I'm going to build this up and then answer your final bit of your question. We are transforming this economy. We're in the process of transforming this economy, major projects, affordable housing, series of measures, AI for all. That transformation takes some time. It's the right thing to do. It takes some time. During that period of time, we're laser focused on affordability for Canadians, providing a boost and a bridge. And so when we see things that are moving in the other direction, we can't solve them all. We can't solve global energy prices, but we can provide support, and where we can provide support, we will provide support. And with very quickly on U.S. negotiations, the minister was down this week, our chief negotiator down this week, made some progress, but lots more to do.
Steel quotas?
Steel quotas, consistent with we have to land on the overall agreement. When we land on the overall agreement revisions to CUSMA, we will take stock on the steel quotas and other measures that we have taken. but within the context of that agreement, which is why they were extended. Yeah, thank you.
Last question, dernière question.
Irep Chakar with Turkish Voice of Canada. Thank you, Prime Minister. What are the real implications of a successful AI strategy for new and prospective immigrants, economic immigrants to Canada in terms of human talent? And stripping away from policy metrics and economic forecasts, how do you personally and sincerely feel about AI?
Okay, I will give, on the first one, I'm going to give, and we have the examples here. I'm going to focus in on a very specific aspect of our immigration to Canada, which is top flight researchers. We have, Dr. Smith will correct me, but I believe over the course of even the last 18 months, about 100 of the world's best researchers coming here to UHN alone. And in every single case, there is an AI specialty that is part either of the research team or the individual themselves has an AI specialty. And so, and the impact of that, so it's fundamental to that component. As you may recall, we've committed $1.7 billion for top flight talent to come to Canadian research institutes. We committed that in the last budgets, and that is moving forward fast. I will see University of Toronto President Melanie Wooden shortly. I suspect she's going to update me on how quickly they've used up their quota, and we will be thinking about what more we can do in order to develop there. So sincerely, what do I think about AI? Look, I use AI as many do. It's very powerful in many respects. I use a very small fraction, obviously, of its capability. I have felt for well over a decade that the biggest issue, there are issues of trust. I won't repeat them, so just refer back to my earlier remarks. They're fundamental. But then the core issue is engagement and adoption, getting mass adoption, giving everybody a chance to use AI. And just to be clear, this is not a tool in its broadest sense. It's often boiled down to the economic, but it is much broader in terms, it's a complement to human skills and human ingenuity, and that can be applied to saving lives. It can be applied to improving lives, improving art, expanding knowledge. And I'll finish with this, which I'll just observe that if you recall the famous demonstration of AI, one of the breakthrough was the use in the game of Go 10 years ago. It was probably 10 years ago now, maybe even a bit more. And what happened in that case, and there are more positions on a Go board than atoms in a universe, which tells you something. And the AI DeepMind application won against the champion, but it won with a strategy that was totally different than the champions and the leaders have been using. And instead of destroying the fun of Go, they opened up a whole new area on the board effectively to play, if I can make that analogy. So it went from a local maximum to opened up a new global maximum. So when I see that, examples like that, it shows the ability to do things that we didn't think was possible, combined with the human element. And what we need to do is to continue to make that possible for all Canadians. I'm just going to underscore one thing. All Canadians access to literacy training, every post-secondary student, apprenticeship, art school, Waterloo, UQAM, access to an AI agent to help build that application. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
So, ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਈ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ AI ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਬੜਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਸਵਾਲ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਨਮੋਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣੀਆਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਫ਼ਰਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆਓ ਆਪੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਬੜਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਭਾਈ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੇਤੀ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਖਾਮਨੇਈ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਨੇ ਲਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀਜ਼ਫਾਇਰ ਦੀ ਡੀਲ ਸੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰਿਜੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਉਸ ਡੀਲ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਜੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। Let me just give you some more update. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ US ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, US ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਹੁਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ। ਕਲੀਨ ਕੋਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਟਸ ਸਟਿਲ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਔਨ।
Excited about
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ। ਟਰੰਪ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਖਾਮਨੇਈ ਨੂੰ। ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਨੇ just one sec. ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦਾ ਸੀਜ਼ਫਾਇਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਿਆ ਖਾਤਮੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ। ਉਧਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਲੀਨ ਕੋਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ, ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਔਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕੇ। ਇਸ ਸੰਡੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ NBC ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਵੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ। ਅਨਸਰਟਨਿਟੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ? ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਹੇਅਰ। ਟਰੰਪ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ let me put that for you.
We're taking historic action to bring down the price of energy and the cost of living for all Americans with the power of clean, beautiful coal. If you look at China, if you look at so many of the successful countries, they're using coal. If you look at some of the real great failures countries, they're using wind. Just keeps blowing, 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 and puts you right out of business. Very expensive, most expensive energy there is. So wind is not working very well, but they keep it going, and because people get subsidies by countries that are stupid. Doug, I would say we haven't been long on wind. Do you agree with that? He understands numbers very well. You know, Doug was very, very successful. Believe it or not, I used to think it was in energy, but he was successful in technology, and he sold his company to, I think, Microsoft, right? And for a lot of money, and he ran for politics. He ran for office, went to North Dakota, won immediately, won governor, who was very successful for 8 years. And I watched him during one of the performances of some very talented people. And I said, we're going to get him to work for us. And then I said I was going to put him in charge of energy. And he said, sir, there's a better man than me for that one. Not in all ways you feel that, but in one way, in energy, you do. And that was Chris, right? Where's Chris? Right behind you.
Yeah.
He's a hard one to find. And Chris has done a fantastic job. And he's one of the reasons we're here today. We have had, we're right now double Saudi Arabia and Russia. If you double them up, that's what we produce, more than anybody else times two. So think of that. As a result of the $700 million investment that I'm announcing today, we will protect 14 coal plants and 42 coal mines. It's a tremendous number. And build 2 new coal plants and 1 massive new export terminal, because we're exporting coal. Coal's a great business, really a big business, and it's real power. It's in terms of power, there's really nothing like it. You have so many different alternatives. They talk about some, but there's no real alternative. China, by the way, last year built 52 coal plants. They built about two windmills. You know, the only time they build a windmill is when they're trying to sell them to stupid people from the United States, the suckers. And by the way, and all over Europe, they sell the windmills, but they don't use them. I wonder why. They use coal plants and other things. These actions will support over 14,000 jobs and save the American people $50 billion in electricity costs. We're pleased to be joined by Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. He has been great. I don't want to give him a big swollen ego, because then all of a sudden he'll leave me and I'll be stuck with Interior. I don't want to be stuck. But he's really done a great job. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, who's fantastic. And maybe our MVP. What do you think, Doug? It's close.
Yes, right here.
What do you think? MVP, Lee Zeldin. And the job he's done is great. We had the auto industry in yesterday. They don't want people to fix their car. I said, that's strange. I'd never heard of that. They have a thing to nobody's allowed to fix their car. They gave a man 7 years in jail, actually, because he fixed his own car. So I thought we'd do something about that. But we'll get it all straightened away. Can you believe it? They want a bill that prohibits people from fixing. So if you're mechanically inclined, I went to school with some guys that were, in some cases, horrible students, but they could fix an engine blindfolded. They could take a car apart blindfolded, but they weren't too good at arithmetic and other things, but they were great. And so there's a move on to stop people from fixing their car. I didn't understand it, but we had a great meeting yesterday with the head of General Motors and Roger Penske, head of Ford. We had a great meeting, I think. Thanks as well to a friend of mine also for a long time, West Virginia Governor Patrick Morris. I won by 45 points, Patrick.
It's not enough.
I love those people. And Wyoming, I think maybe even slightly more than West Virginia. Right?
Just a little more.
We did pretty this. I like this group of people. But Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, respected guy, great governor, both of them really amazing. And Representatives Dan Muser, Riley Moore, Derek Van Orden, Juan Ciscomani, and Andy Barr. So you have a lot of representatives here that are fantastic. Today, we're officially invoking the Defense Production Act to save 13 coal plants in West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. These were incredible plants, so productive, really producing a lot of the electricity, right? The electricity, it's really the best at that. When they find something better, Chris, I think we'll be all set for it, right? But they're a long ways from finding something better.
Coal's critical.
And so when you look at that, those states, West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Wisconsin, what do they all have in common? Trump won them. I won every one of them by a lot, right? I'm not even mentioning Pennsylvania, which we won also, right? But we won them all. We won all 50. We had an honest count, if you want to know the truth. Our action will allow these facilities to invest in upgrades that will extend their operational lives for decades into the future, reinforce the reliability of our electric grid, which is really the biggest beneficiary, and most importantly, keep electricity prices very low for the American people. This brings the total number of coal plants that we've saved during my administration, just like when we said we saved 25 water fountains. Think of this. These are fountains, beautiful fountains that were so horrible to look at with the graffiti. Over 40 years, many of them closed over 40 to 50 years. The big one, the reflective lake, some people call it a pond, some people it's like a lake. But the reflective lake was built in 1922. It never really worked from the beginning, from 1922. That's a long ways. So it's over 100 years old. And it never really worked because they had the wrong base. It was always leaking. They didn't have what we have today. So it's pretty amazing what's happened. And, I hate to say it won't leak, but it won't leak because we use the material that doesn't allow leaks. It's like a swimming pool, doesn't leak. You use the right, this is called swimming pool on steroids. So it's great stuff. And today's actions, we're also supporting coal mines and coal miners in Wyoming and Pennsylvania, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, North Dakota, and New Mexico. And they're all going back to work. It's interesting with the mines, that famous scene of Hillary when we went to West Virginia. Yeah. And she had just left another state and she was trying to convince everybody that they should go into technology, no longer be miners. And these guys in West Virginia, they didn't want to hear about it. They wanted to remember that scene around the table? They talked to this beautiful, big, strong miner, and they wanted him to make computer chips. She said, we'll teach him how to make computer chips. His hands were so large, he couldn't hold a computer chip. He's looking at it. Your fingers are like 3 inches around. They're talking about making a computer chip. and he didn't like it, and he ended up being one of our best ads ever. She wasn't, and she did rather poorly. She lost, I think she lost by 77 points or something like that. Pretty tough to go knock Cole, and then you go 2 weeks later to West Virginia to try and win the state. It didn't work out well for her, but the miners love us. What do you think we got with the coal miners? Would you say we got 90%? 100%? What do you think we were on this?
Pretty high.
Yeah, pretty
Probably
high.
higher than any group in the country.
Pretty high. Yeah, it can't be bad. Well, we did well with all the groups. I'll tell you, the group that now likes us are the auto workers, because we're building more auto plants now than at any time in the history of our country. So it's great to watch and see what's going on with the U.S. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world, and we were a dead country a year and a half. We were a dead country. We were laughed at. We were a mocked, laughed at country. Starting this summer, the West Gateway project will break ground, and by summer 2028, over 12 million tons of clean, beautiful coal per year will be shipped to countries all around the world. And this project's been delayed over 10 years, and Biden ended it, and then Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama, another one, he's another beauty. But that delay is now over, and it's going to be very productive. It's going to fuel our electric plants in particular. It's going to be amazing. Finally, we're taking nearly $200 million in that to set aside for the Green New Scam, and it was set aside for the Green New Scam, but the Green New Scam is history. And repurposing that money so that we restart a coal plant in Maryland and help build 2 brand new coal plants in Alaska and West Virginia. And these are all built with new technology. It's very clean. It's amazing how that's come along. It's all very clean. And the first new coal plants to open in our country since 2013 couldn't open. You couldn't even think. They were only closing them. They were closing them, and yet brownouts all over the place. But you don't have that anymore. Do you notice? Under 4 years of Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats in Congress, not a single permit was approved for a new coal mining project. But in over 1 year of our administration, we've already approved 76 permits for clean, beautiful coal. Last year, we prevented 17 gigawatts of coal-powered electricity from going offline, and that's enough power for about 13 million homes. Think of that, 13 million homes at a very low price. It's the lowest price. So now I'd like to ask Secretary Burgum to say a few words, followed by Secretary Wright, Administrator Lee Zeldin, and then Governor Mark Gordon, and whoever else wants to say a few words, including my new friend, my new governor friend. So Doug, go ahead.
Well, thank you, President Trump. With these announcements today and everything that your administration has accomplished so far since you've taken office, this administration has done more to save, protect, and expand coal in our country than any administration perhaps ever.
Clean, beautiful coal.
Clean, beautiful coal, absolutely. And none.
I'm only kidding.
That's okay. When you took office, the first thing you did was declare an energy emergency. Some people questioned that, but the prior administration under Biden had gone so far down the path of pursuing the highly subsidized, intermittent, weather-dependent sources of electricity that our grid was at risk. You understood that, and you understood that how key coal is. It's the backbone of having affordable, reliable, and secure American energy to power our country, power our electric grid, power our competitiveness in AI, and power all the manufacturing that's coming back. As you mentioned, with those record coal leases, this is where we take federal public land, lease it to the private sector. They write a check that comes into the Treasury. They create jobs, help support local communities. So there was 0 coal leases held in 4 years under the Biden administration. You heard the president talk about 76 here. We've slashed red tape. Those took years to get. Some of these projects for coal mining we've approved in less than 1 month under the emergency procedures. And we also have opened up for leasing another 13.1 million acres that people can bid on in our country on public land. And this is land that was set aside. This is not national parks. It's not wilderness area. It's not our wildlife refuges. This is public land that was set aside for the benefit and use of the American people, including energy development, making sure that we got affordable, reliable energy. So using those public lands is what we're doing. And then the last thing within Interior, I would say we did strategically designate to the U.S. Geologic Survey, which is part of Interior, designate metallurgical coal as a critical mineral. So it's on the list. And that opens up a number of opportunities. But without metallurgical coal, we don't have coke, we don't have the steel industry. The Biden administration was indiscriminate trying to shut down our metallurgical coal as well as our thermal coal. So, and then the last thing you mentioned, the coal export facility, again, working through all the permitting to drive towards that so that we can be selling clean, reliable energy to our allies in the Pacific who want to do more trade with us. And lastly, again, thank you for creating the National Energy Dominance Council. Our executive director, Jared Hagan, is here today, but Chris, Lee, and I all have details on that team, and that's operates right out of the White House, and that's why President Trump is able to get so much done so quickly. This is the first time ever we had a president with a White House council specifically focused on energy, and what an impact it's having.
Well, and thank you to perhaps slightly less importantly, but I think very important, the National Garden of American Heroes is going to be unbelievable. And I'd like to know how are you doing on that, and how are you doing on the Great Triumphal Arch? So every city, just about every major city, has a triumphal arch. This is an arch that's a real bow, a beautiful bow to your military and military victories. Nobody's had more military victories, including recently, than we have. And they never got the arc built. It's been, the Civil War stopped it. That circle has been sitting there for a long time, for many, many years. And, I guess you could go back to, in 1902, they tried it, but in 1860 and 1880, they just never got it done. The Civil War stopped it the first time. That was a good reason. I think that's probably not.
I'm surprised ਕੱਲ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਤੋਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ 8 ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ એનર્ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਦ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
as they can from the Powder River Basin. So to be able to open that Oakland port is absolutely essential for the lifeblood of our state and for our coal mines. It is something that we tried to do in your first administration, and we almost got there. We actually were prepared to go through that, I guess, belt that we have on the West Coast with California, Oregon, and Washington, and finally enforce the Commerce Clause to allow states like New Mexico, Wyoming, Utah to have access to that Asian market. And let me just tell you one last thing about that. It's not just about clean, beautiful coal. We have companies like Peabody that are now saying, we believe we can get rare earth minerals and critical minerals from what we're doing. So we are advancing technology, advancing the opportunities and the security of the state, all because of your vision, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something on behalf of West Virginia?
I would like to
love
say,
that place.
Mr. President, all West Virginians are so deeply grateful to you for your focus on protecting their energy jobs. The coal miners know the incredible importance of why we're here today, and to talk about the potential for new coal-fired power plants, that excites them. And I think West Virginians are really inspired because we're America's energy state. When you think about what's happening on the global scene, where that fight, that international fight with China for information technology supremacy, we believe that your policies are going to allow America to compete and win. And West Virginia is going to supply the coal, the gas, the nuclear to help make that happen. So I'm very excited by everything you're doing. Even some of the relatively small things, when you come in and you sign agreements with your administration, putting hundreds of people back to work, it's all making a big difference for West Virginia. So thank you, Mr. President.
Like, as an example, the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. It bothered me for many years. We have 92% of the frontage, and we made that little change. And Mexico was thrilled. They were thrilled about it. But that was a good one, right? You were telling me before that was a good one. It's about the United States now for a little while, if it's okay. Would you have any questions?
Yes, yes, President Trump, this was just crossing as we were heading in here. President Zelensky wrote a letter to President Putin. He wants the two of them to meet to hash out the end of the war in Ukraine because he thinks you are too busy with the war in Iran. Is he right?
Well, I don't know. I'm glad that they're maybe talking about meeting. I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing. But I think it would be great if they met. They should get it done.
Mr. And there's been a lot of talk lately about the Treasury putting your face on a $250 bill. Have you seen a mock-up of the Trump $250 bill? And if that winds up being currency, would you ever be able to tip anyone anything but that?
Well, I think I'd probably leave it for everybody. I have actually seen something just about 2 days ago. I know it's been pushed by a lot of our supporters, and I'm honored that they're doing it, but we'll see how that all works out. But I have heard about it, and there is a group of people that really like the job we're doing, so that's a great honor. Yep.
Mr. President, you announced just a few days ago that you're naming Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans. Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Well, he's very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less. And I guess I'm responsible for that too, because everybody wanted me to sell it in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost, think of it, it's probably worth $1 trillion. And I was offered, people want me to sell it at 100 billion, a very small percentage of what it's worth now. So, and he built it up a lot, did a great job. And it's an acting position. It's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, I don't think he'd want to be permanent. But he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do it. I think he wants to do it very much, got a lot of energy, but he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. Right. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Does he have the necessary, in your view, Mr. President, the necessary national security experience to take on that position?
Well, I do, and I think he does actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out too. Frankly, probably, and there's another one also. It could be 10. No president, I don't think a president's ended 1 war having to do with outside of this country. So, we've done a good job. I would say that Bill is a guy that will be able to figure it out very quickly. Again, it's short term, but he may be very effective for a short period of time.
Mr. President, so will there be a proportional share increase of electricity production as a percentage of our nation's electricity output? And my follow-up is, I took that historic trip with Secretary Wright of the small modular nuclear reactor on the West Coast early this year. Are we making more progress? Because I know how critical gas and coal is for the secure grid.
Well, the answer is we are, but Chris, you want to answer that?
Yes, our electricity grid essentially runs on gas, coal, and nuclear. Those are the 3 key sources. They're the backbone of the American electricity grid. We're in favor of seeing all 3 of them grow. You will see all 3 of them grow during this administration. And in fact, later today, before the sun goes down, you'll see a big announcement in the nuclear space related to the trip you came on.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, President Putin said today that he was willing to make compromises that you requested to end the war with Ukraine if Ukraine was willing to make similar compromises. Yeah. What were the compromises that you asked
Well,
Putin?
I'd rather not say, because Peter asked me. I think it was meant as a little wise guy question, but I'm not sure. But I'm very responsible.
रशियन प्रेसिडेंट की गल की थी और मैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो बाद लगाना.
They're going to both make compromises. I suggested those compromises. And, we've had a lot to do with it. We'd love to see their two very good people. They're two very, incredible countries, beautiful countries. They've got us up. Last month, they had 25,000 people killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers, some people, but mostly soldiers. And it's been averaging probably almost 25,000 people every month of soldiers killed. And I've been very strong on the fact that they've got to get that over with. So, but they do. I want them each to make certain compromises. I think they're going to do that. Yeah, Daniel?
Mr. President, thank you. You, through your actions, have saved and supported more than 100 coal plants in your second term. When you hear something like that and you try to create an environment where they're not just surviving, they're thriving, what does that do to the reliability of our energy grid, but to the economies as well of states like Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Wyoming? How does it bolster those economies?
Well, we were destroying our grid because we were relying on wind and other things that don't have the power, they don't have the strength, they're very expensive. Wind is the most expensive form of energy. It sounds good, wind, beautiful wind, but it's very intermittent. But those windmills cost a fortune. They break, they kill the birds, they're bad for the environment. Nobody wants to be near them. The houses, I don't know how they got popular. They're not popular with the people. They're popular with investors because they get subsidy. But we pretty much cut that subsidy out, I think, Doug, right?
Absolutely. In the working families tax cut bill, it all expires. And since the subsidies have gone away, there's virtually no one, particularly offshore, no one is trying to build one of those projects in America. Turns out they weren't trying to generate electricity. They were just trying to generate tax credits.
You're supposed to be making money with energy. And here, wind, it needs subsidy. Energy shouldn't need subsidy. We have so many different forms of energy, but I've talked about it for years. Wind is the most expensive. It's the worst. It causes tremendous problems, and it does. It kills millions and millions of birds a year. Nobody mentions that. You'd think if that were anything else, everybody would be sued. If you kill a bald eagle, they put you in jail for like 4 years or something, and yet windmills knock them out of the air all the time. Nothing happens. It's disgraceful. So we're into energy that really works and works powerfully. Yes, go ahead.
And we're waiting outside to come into the Oval Office. Everyone's looking at the UFC structure, the claw. Are you happy with how that's coming along? And
It's
what are your
incredible.
expectations?
We put it up in 5 days. It's incredible. And I told yesterday the story of the Eiffel Tower, and it was 1889. It was put up. It was going to be brought down right after the World's Fair ended. It was up for a short while. And they said, well, let's leave it a little bit longer. Then they said, let's leave it a little longer. It never came down. That was 1889, the World's Fair in Paris. So I jokingly said, let me tell you something about the Eiffel Tower. Now it'll come down after the fact. There were actually some people said he wants to leave it up. Yes, please.
Mr. President, about the Columbus statue, Columbus Fountain at Union Station, it looks amazing.
Thank you.
And what does that mean for the relations between Italy and the United
Well,
States?
it means Italian people love Trump. Because, that was controversial. People want to rip it down. You see how beautiful it is. And we didn't only not rip it down, but Doug and his group and all of us together, we beautified it. It's I didn't know that marble was going to be so beautiful once we cleaned it up. You wouldn't believe it when you saw that thing was loaded for 50 years with film and graffiti and everything else. It's amazing. It's amazing how good they did. A really great job.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. President, do you still want European allies' help? We're discussing energy today. And
Well, we don't
what
need
kind of
that.
help what
Yeah.
kind of help would you want? Do you have a
We're the
definite
most
ask?
powerful military in the world. We gave them a chance to help, but they chose not to. NATO. We went to the NATO countries. We went to others too, in all fairness to NATO. And I wouldn't say I gave them a hard sell, but I said, hey, if you'd like to help, it would be wonderful. And they all turned us down. And, it's going to be an expensive proposition for them because they shouldn't have done that. They should have helped. We don't need it. We have our own. We have much more than we need in terms of oil and energy generally. But European countries and other countries, they need it tremendous. Some of the European countries need it really big. And they should have said, we'd love to help. But
But if you could choose, but Mr. President, if you could choose, what would you ask them to do, sir? If you want.
Well, I would have asked them. I mean, there's not much. Look, there's no Navy, there's no Air Force. We've wiped them out. We've wiped out their leadership and almost all of it. We've wiped out all their military leaders. They're down on the third. Now, maybe they're very good. I don't know. I can't tell you that. But certainly the first ones didn't do very good because they were literally, after 3 days, almost the entire military was wiped out. They had to get new generals. And then after that, they had to get more new generals. And we knocked out their anti-aircraft, their Air Force, just about everything you can knock out. So, and then you read in the fake news that they're doing really well in the war. I mean, it's unbelievable. We knocked out everything there is to knock out, and you'd pick up the fake news and they'd say how well they've done. They're doing brilliantly. They have no Air Force. You know, they have exactly, we knew that, 159 ships. Andy, out of 159 ships, all 159 lie beautifully at the bottom of the ocean. We actually took pictures of them down there. And then you read the fake news, they say, well, their Navy is really great. You know what they have now? Little runabouts with a machine gun on the front. Their ships don't even really deal with them. They're like a gnat, you know, like get off. That's all they have. It's crazy. You know, this country needs a fair press. And one thing I think that's done is expose how corrupt our media is. And I really do, while we're here, I hope the media looks at this election that's taking place in California, where they think it'll take 7 or 8 days to count the votes. Can you believe this? I mean, they spend all that money on the machines, the big voting machines. They think it's going to be 7 or 8 days before we know who won the election. But the numbers are looking strange because without any vote counting, the numbers dropped very precipitously for 2 Republicans that are doing well, that had been doing well. And I hope you're all watching it because I'm watching it very closely.
President, are you worried that China is funding an anti-data center movement here in the
No,
U.S.?
I'm not worried about it. We had a great meeting with China. And, you know, they do things to us and we do things to them. I say it all the time. They say, oh, are you worried about China tapping your phones? I said, well, you know, they're worried about the same thing. No, we're very highly sophisticated. We've become very highly sophisticated. We had 4 years. I rebuilt the military. We had a military that was not good, and we rebuilt it. And I didn't know I'd use it quite as much, but we used it. Ukraine has been given a tremendous amount of our, without our military and our equipment, Ukraine wouldn't be alive to fight today. You know, I mean, just in terms of the question, we gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment and the best equipment. We make the best equipment anywhere in the world, but they wouldn't have lasted 1 or 2 days. They wouldn't have been able to do it. Remember the anti-tank missiles, remember that, right? When the tanks got stuck in the mud and then they went around and boom, 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 boom. And those were given by yours truly. They said Obama gave sheets and Trump gave the anti-tank as one of the most devastating weapons. But you check that out. But we have the greatest military. We have the greatest military equipment anybody's ever seen before. Look at Venezuela. We went in there. It was over after about 48 minutes. And, you know, they have a strong military, different kind of a military, but a lot of soldiers. And you look at Iran, where we essentially wiped out their military. Now, there's some missiles left, but very few compared to what they had.
And speaking of our military and Iran, I wanted to ask you about this report that you would only restart the conflict with Iran if they kill U.S. troops. Is that your red line for ending the ceasefire?
If they killed,
U.S. troops.
what does that mean?
Oh my God.
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason. I'll
Right.
be honest with you. If they killed U.S. troops, I think I would do that very quickly. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
You responded to the vote in the House yesterday of the War Powers Resolution. Also, we've seen Hezbollah reject the U.S. brokered peace in Lebanon. You said that negotiations are in final stages.
What is
Iran
reject?
saying they're stalled.
Yeah, what does reject mean? They didn't reject that. They're looking. I think Hezbollah, I will tell you, they called us and they said, how about stopping? And I think you're going to see things happen over there. That's been like a little bit of a different world, but it's interconnected with Iran. And it would be really nice if Lebanon could have some peace Lebanon's been under attack for so many years and always like an underdog. And it would be really nice if it could end. And I spoke to Bibi Netanyahu about that. And I speak to them about it. And I actually spoke to Hezbollah about it. And I think progress is made. That's been going on for a long time. You know, when you look at that for years and years, 48 years, I say, well, let's get this settled. How long has it been going on? 48 years. I said, that's a long time. Not that easy, but go ahead.
As we get closer to the midterms, are you starting to factor in domestic reaction to this in your handling of this?
I just do what's right.
Indefinitely?
No, I mean, look, it was like Venezuela. It was very unpopular. Then we won, and my numbers went through the roof. I have very high poll numbers. They went through the roof. It was very unpopular when I went to Venezuela. They said, oh, we don't want. Well, first of all, that one's relatively close. It's sort of a semi-neighbor, right? And the relationship with Venezuela is incredible. We've taken out millions and millions of barrels of oil out of Venezuela. It's very oil prone. I guess, Chris, one of the most, right?
Yes.
And we've taken out, you're sort of leading it, but you want to just tell them real fast about the relationship we have with Venezuela, Chris?
Yeah, things with Venezuela have gone very well. Venezuelan oil exports today are 3 times higher than they were right before we went in. So it has been a meaningful incremental supply of oil to the world. And one of the reasons we're solving a 47-year-old problem of Iran's race for nuclear weapons and oil prices in the U.S. We wish they were lower, but gasoline prices in the U.S. are, you know, a little over $4. They're $10 in Europe. They're higher in Asia. They're very high in California. The bigger threat to energy prices in the United States is Democratic green energy policies. They have driven up energy prices far more than a conflict in Iran. And the conflict in Iran will come to an end. We hope that crazy green energy, drive up energy prices policy, the Democrats at federal and state levels, we hope that comes to an end too.
And remember this, if you want to call it a war or if you want to call it a military operation, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And everybody agrees to that, no matter, almost everybody. But wait a minute, our gasoline prices are lower than they were with Biden without that. And he would have let them have, in fact, he inspired them to have, frankly, a nuclear weapon, him and Obama. Obama picked the wrong country, you know that. And the Obama deal, I terminated that, or they would have had a nuclear weapon. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Our deal, if we make that deal, and it's going well, but who knows? If we make that deal, it's the exact opposite. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
It sounds like you're in for as long as it takes.
I'm not going to let them have a nuclear weapon, no. With Obama, it was a road, you know that, it was a road to a nuclear weapon. That was a short-term agreement, and at the end of which they would have a nuclear weapon. So they would have had it 4 years ago. Then we attacked with this beautiful plane right here, the B-2 bomber. We attacked 10 months ago. We attacked their nuclear sites and they were obliterated. It turned out that, you know, CNN was wrong. They said, well, maybe they weren't hit that hard. They were hit so hard, nobody knows if you can even get it out. But the only ones that have the capability of getting out is us in China. We're the only ones with that kind of equipment that's powerful enough to go down that deep into a mountain. But that mountain crushed it. That mountain literally collapsed on top of it. Those pilots did one hell of a job. And now the atomic energy, as you know, has backed us up on that. They think it's a very, very hard thing to get it. But we'll get it anyway. But we're the only one, and China, I believe China too, but we're the only two that have the capability.
President Joe Biden is out promoting a new book this week. When you met with Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, right here in the Oval Office on November the 13th of 2024, could you detect any cognitive decline in President Biden at that time?
No, not really. He was the same guy I've been watching for a long time. I mean, you could go back 40 years. I watched him 40 years ago, 30 years ago. He's never the sharpest guy. You do know that, right? It wasn't like he was sharp as a tack. But no, it was the same guy. They actually invited me here before the election, which was strange. You know, we went here before, but then I met also, as you know, we did the ritual. And I mean, he was fine as far as I was concerned. I don't know, something happened to him during the debate. It could have been me. You know, I thought I had a very good debate. Nobody ever says that. They say that Biden did badly. What about me? Did I do well? You know, there's a reason he did badly. So the question is, did he do badly because he choked or because he didn't have it? But he didn't have a good, I would say this, he did not have a good night.
But during that time period, you met with him for about 2 hours. You didn't feel he was slowing down?
He spoke softly,
Okay.
very softly. And as we started to speak, I mentioned this to people, he spoke very, very softly, very low, very low. And as we talked, we got along really well. And I thought he was fine. When I say fine, I mean, was he like talking to Doug Burgum? Was he like talking to Chris? Was he like talking to any of these monsters up here, all these tremendous politicians and environmental geniuses? Was he like talking to Andy Barr? No, he was fine.
I have a question about Hunter Biden. He's on social media now, and he has suggested, maybe joking, I don't know, that he could run for president in 2028. How would he do, Hunter Biden, in a 2028 Democratic primary?
Well, you would think that, past has something to do with winning an election, and I would say his past is not the greatest. Where's Hunter? Right? Remember my Where's Hunter? It became the #1 shirt anywhere in the world for about 3 weeks. I'm not going to say bad. I'm sure, hey, if the guy from Maine can do well, I guess Hunter could do well too, because the guy from Maine is a basket case. And I would say worse than him is the one from Texas that looks like Alfred E. Newman. I would say that if he can do well, maybe Hunter can do well. I'm not sure. It'll be pretty close as far as I'm concerned.
And I've got a question about the nuclear dust. So the bombers go in, they entomb a lot of this enriched uranium.
Yeah.
At this point, do you need a deal with Iran to go get it? Or
No.
have you thought about just a covert daring, send in the SEALs, send in the
Yeah,
Rangers?
but I didn't want to be Jimmy Carter, I didn't feel like being Jimmy Carter.
So that's off the
We
table.
did. Well, we thought about it right at the very beginning, before we did what we did, before we destroyed their entire military. We thought about it, and I didn't want to be in a position where you had, to get there. It's not like Venezuela. Like you go in, you're there for a matter of minutes, and you're out, and everybody's waving goodbye as you take off, and you brought the cargo back. This is different. You'd have to be there for 2 weeks. You'd need massive equipment. You'd have to airlift the equipment in. You're in a war zone. And there was a time at the very beginning when we thought about doing that, because they would have not been watching, but they would have found out. I mean, during a period of a week to 2 weeks, you would have had a major construction operation, because that plane, and more importantly, those people that operate those planes, including the mechanics, they flew for 37 hours round trip. Think of that. And the tankers that refilled them 4 times, and what an operation it was. Amazing. And but we would have been, Peter, we would have been there for a period of from a week to 2 weeks. We would have gotten it. But I said, I don't like the idea of that. All of a sudden they, pinpoint, they still had missiles left. That means they would pinpoint you and just keep lobbing them in until one gets through, and people would have gotten killed. So I didn't like it. We could get it right now. I don't think they could stop us if we wanted, but there's no reason to. It's entombed. You use a good word. It's entombed. We also have cameras on it through Space Force. We have very powerful cameras. Every door, there's a door, you know where the doors go? They go to bad places. But every single place on those mountains is basically three, because we also hit it with tomahawks after. After that, we hit it with tomahawk. Every inch of that land has cameras on it. We have about 9 of them, and they're on, and we cover it. So if anybody even got near it, we would know what we had to do.
And we've heard you want to meet with the new Ayatollah, the new supreme leader.
I don't want to meet, but if I did meet, I'd be honored to meet him. I'd like to see if we make a deal. But if we make a deal, it's possible that I would meet him. I'd be okay with
Would
it.
that happen here in the U.S.? White
Oh,
House?
I don't know. I haven't really heard too much about it. I didn't suggest it, but some people have suggested it. If it happened, it would happen. I'd be respectful.
Do you think because Epic Fury killed his dad and his wife and his kid that he's got hard feelings and wouldn't want to meet?
Well, I would say I'm not his favorite person, but With that being said, he's probably I don't know. He's probably a professional. In some circles, he has a very good reputation, actually. You know, sometimes some people say bad, but a lot of people say bad about me. It's totally false, of course.
Mr. President. On jobs, tomorrow the jobs report will be released. While the unemployment rate has been steady at 4.3%, the black unemployment rate has been 7.3%. When you ran for president, you courted black voters and talked about what you described as black jobs. How do you describe why this disparity is happening? What can you do to close that?
Well, we're doing very well with the black jobs, African-American jobs. I saw some numbers that we're doing really well. But where we're really going to do well is when all these plants are open. You know, we're building many car plants. We're bringing cars back from Germany. We're bringing, you know, we lost the car industry years ago. 54% of the industry went to Germany, Japan, Canada, Mexico. It's all coming back. It's amazing. And where your black worker is really going to do well is when those factories open. So I think they're going to be great. We've been doing very well. It's been a big focus for me. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. On today's announcement, how do you ensure the estimated cost savings are passed on to the consumers and not held by the company? And then on Iran, what specific progress has been made today in talks with them, and where are the sticking points still?
So we're really lowering costs. You know, when I came into this job, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country, 48 years, they say, but I think the history of our country, whether it's 48 years or more. But we had tremendous inflation with Biden, during the Biden. They had one of the highest ever. And I inherited that. The costs were very, very high. And at my first news conference, Peter and others were screaming at me about eggs. Remember, Peter? Eggs. What about eggs? Maybe it wasn't
about the eggs.
But I wanted to inject Peter into it. But he was screaming to me about eggs. And I said, what? Tell me about eggs. This is 2 days in. They said eggs had quadrupled. I said, well, they didn't quadruple under me. And they didn't want me to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt that was going to take place in a few months, right? And I said, nope, we're not going to. They wanted me to order plastic eggs. And I said, nope. And we got eggs down to lower than what it was long prior to when I took over. And eggs today are about 15% lower. What we had is a bunch of con artists, the Democrats. And what they did is they said, they left. They gave the highest prices that we've ever had for all products, groceries, everything. And they started saying affordability. They'd say, this is about affordability. It's a con job. I inherited their high prices. We brought those prices way down. And when and if you go back 3 months ago, if you go back before the war started, think of it, 3 months. So with Vietnam, we were there for 19 years. With Iraq, it was about 9 years. With another one, it was about 12 years. And with another one, we had all these wars that lasted for 9, 10, 12, 19 years for Vietnam. Think of it. And they said, you're in there for 3 months. This is a terrible thing. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers have been killed in these other wars. We lost not one soldier in Venezuela. We didn't lose one soldier. And we lost a total of 13, which is 13 too many. But when you look at hundreds of thousands of soldiers were killed in these various wars, they lasted many, many years. We're in there for a few months, and what we've done is amazing. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And we did, it was tough because we just got, Doug and everybody came in to say, we just got the best numbers. Well, today, again, the New York Stock Exchange and every other exchange just hit a new all-time high. That's 73 days out of my short term. We've hit brand new highs. Every 401k is setting records. A 401k, a lot of people have. You probably all have 401ks. Look at your 401k. You're happy about your 401k? You know, the nice reporters are smiling at me and the stupid reporters are like that. But their 401ks are setting records. They should be happy. They shouldn't be angry. They should be very happy. But 401ks are setting records. They've never had anything like it. So, you know, we've done a good job. As far as Iran's concerned, you're going to find out what the deal is. But the main parts of the deal is that it can't have a nuclear weapon. The Strait will open immediately. You know, it's going to open immediately. And we've largely swept for mines. We have the most sophisticated mines. They're underwater minesweepers. I actually said to somebody, one of the generals, why underwater? I said, because usually it's hostile. when you're looking for mines, typically it's not in a good neighborhood, right? So underwater made a lot of sense, but it didn't take long to figure that one out. So I think we're doing very well, but we're going to see if we're going to win one way or the other. We're going to win on paper, or we're going to win military. One way or the other. It's going to be militarily or on paper.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. How critical is energy dominance, whether it be coal, whether it be LNG, whether it be oil, to national security?
Without it, you can't win. As an example, AI is a big deal. Whether we like it, not like it, it's going to be amazing in many ways. It's going to be, I think, for medical, it will be amazing. But without massive amounts of energy, you can't even play the game. And we're leading China by a lot in AI. I was talking to President Xi about it. But if we didn't do, Lee Zeldin's done so great because, number one, fast approvals from professionals. You'd have the best firms in the world submitting papers to. And we didn't keep them waiting for 10 years and then vote against them after 10 years. That way, guys would file with the environmental for a plant of some kind. After 15 years, they would be rejected. It was terrible. Now we have great professionals there, and we only accept plans from great professionals, but we give them fast turnaround. And it's been really amazing. I think the biggest thing we've done, Lee, is we let these geniuses with all this money build their own electric plant. We don't take it from our grid. We let them build their own plant. They become a utility. So they're building a plant, and at the same time, they're building electricity. Because if we didn't do that, you couldn't have anything. You couldn't have, and we're letting that happen too with car plants and other plants. If they want to build their own electric, but with the AI, you hear so much about it, but one of the biggest things they build their own. And then excess energy that they create will go back into the grid. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on Cuba, Mr. President.
Just let him have it.
Mr. President, Secretary Rubio was in Delhi last week. He delivered a letter from you to Prime Minister Modi. And sir, you also addressed people of India to your favorite ambassador, Sergio.
That's right.
Yeah. Both of them have said the trade deal is around the corner. Where do you stand on the trade deal with India?
Well, we have it. And, look, India for years has, and I don't blame them, I blame us because we had stupid people here. India for years really took advantage of the United States. You know that. Are you from India by any chance? Huh? I thought you were from Germany.
I'm from India.
I'm only kidding. You're central casting, okay? And that's a very good thing. India for years took advantage of this country. They charged us tremendous tariffs, and they paid nothing. They wouldn't let Harley, as an example, in the past, they wouldn't let Harley Davidson sell its motor. They would charge 200% tariff. So Harley Davidson was precluded. They ended up going to India and building their own plants, which is unfortunate that happened, but it happens. That was before me. But they charged tremendous amounts of tariffs to our company, and we didn't charge them anything. They sold motorbikes here too. We charged them nothing. And now it's the exact reverse. And we're making a lot of money with India. But we'll get to a deal because I like your prime minister a lot. He's a good friend of mine. Get along great, and we're going to make a deal. We have a very good relationship.
Mr. President, speaking of deals, Mr. President, on Cuba, are your sanctions on Cuba meant to accelerate its collapse?
No, we just want them to be a nicely run country that can feed its people. Look, it's a failed nation. Without Venezuela, Venezuela, because it has such wealth in the ground, mostly in the ground. But Venezuela took care of them for years, and they took care of Venezuela. They were like the bodyguards. When we went in and burst into their country, the Venezuelans were guarding Maduro and everybody else. It was mostly, the soldiers were, in that case, we had a lot of Cubans were guarding. The Cubans were the guards, and they're good soldiers. But the country is starving, and it's got no energy, it's got no oil, it's got no money, it's got nothing. It's got a beautiful piece of land. You could have beautiful resorts, doesn't have oil, but Venezuela was giving them the money to survive. And now, the money is, I guess you could say, is coming to us and is going to Venezuela. Venezuela has been an amazing thing because we've paid for the cost of the attack many, many times over. And it's been a long time since
Do you think that Cuba is close to collapsing, though, based on everything you just laid out? Do you think that Cuba is close to collapsing?
It sort of collapsed. And we're going to handle that as soon as we've I like to do one thing at a time, and we'll take care of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And as soon as that's done on our way back, we'll just make a little brief stop.
Mr. President.
We'll take care of it. We want to help them out. Look, we have a lot of people that voted for Trump. Whether they did or not, it didn't matter. But I had 95% of the Cubans voted for me. They're unbelievable people. They're energetic. They're entrepreneurial. You know, some of the richest people in Miami are Cuban. They're unbelievable. And I'm going to take good care of them. I'm going to let them go back to their land. They want to be back with family. You know, they have a lot of family over there. They've been treated very badly by Cuba. But we're going to treat Cuba well, and we're going to let our people go back and let them invest in Cuba if they'd like. So we have some very good plans for Cuba. I think, you know, we have to get rid of the regime was very tough, very nasty. The difference is now they don't have money coming in. They had a lot of money coming in from Venezuela. They don't have any money coming. They had oil coming in. They had money coming in. But we're going to take care of Cuba.
Mr. President, sir. Mr. President.
And then, you know what? They want us to. The people want us there so bad.
Mr. President, sir. Last night, huge night for the city of New York. The Knicks won Game 1
Yeah.
of the NBA Finals. There's been a lot of speculation. Have you decided whether or not you want to attend the game at Madison Square?
Well, I've been a Knicks fan for a long time, and I'm also a Jim Dolan fan. He's a nice guy, okay? He's been a long time wanting to win, and he's a competitive guy, and he's got a team that's amazing. You know, I don't think they've lost a playoff game.
12 straight wins.
Can you imagine that? And it was not looking good. I saw the beginning of the game, and it wasn't looking good. I missed the middle because I talked to generals all night long now. But I watched that end of the game, and they were dominant. Really amazing. And Wemby's a great player. He's going to be a great player, and he is already a great player. I say, how do you guard this guy? He's 7'5", and he's got a great shot, right? But they find a way to do it. They're really great. They're a great team. And I'm happy for Jim, because Jim has really been fighting hard to, you know, produce such a team. So you never know. The answer is yes. He's invited me. I'm going.
Which
I'll
game
be
have you
there.
decided, sir?
Say it.
Game 3, Game 4. Are you excited?
It could be Monday. Yeah, Monday.
Mr. President, speaking in New York.
Maybe I'll do both.
You mentioned your meeting with the automakers yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about that, more about that in particular? Did you discuss trade, tariffs?
I did. We had a great meeting with the auto. I mean, most of them were here. They were really talking about the fix your own car kind of a thing, right? But they're doing very well since I'm in office, because I got rid of a lot of environmental restrictions. That, in fact, you might just tell them a little bit about that. We made it so much easier for them to build a car. They can build a less expensive car that's much better. And they were so choked up with environmental nonsense that in order to save 4 ounces of gasoline, you had to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. Lee, do you want to go into that?
President Trump, we sent to Congress 3 Biden EPA waivers to California that Congress passed. President Trump signed last year, getting rid of the electric vehicle mandate that a whole bunch of other states had signed on to. Just a couple of months ago, President Trump announced here at the White House the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, to repeal the 2009 endangerment finding. All the greenhouse gas emission standards in light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles were following the law. And what that means for cost of living, just on that act alone, $2,400 more affordable per vehicle for Americans. The victories come out every single day. President Trump gave us very clear guidance. He wanted us to act at Trump speed to get this done as fast as possible. And what you see now all across America is billions upon billions of investments all across this country, with new factories being built. They believe in America. They're investing in America with the American jobs to come up with it. And by the way, consumer choice, we got rid of that climate participation trophy for that annoying start-stop feature in cars to make your car die at every stop sign and red light. So yeah, the gifts, the receipts, the wins, they keep coming, and we're just getting started.
Do they ask you for any tariff changes on auto?
No, they didn't do that. Look, they're making so much money now because, I did something else that, I don't know, does it because we have no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, right? So that's really been big. That's turned out to be much bigger than anyone knew. If you look at the people, they're saving from $5,000 to $7,000, $8,000 even on average because of that. So it's been good. But I did something else that nobody talks about. If you buy a car and you borrow money, you're allowed to deduct the interest for income tax purposes. Never happened before. And deductions were always meant for rich people. They weren't meant for middle-class people or other people wanting to buy a car. So now you're allowed to get a deduction of your interest payment. That's a tremendous thing. I mean, but what's the key? Only if the car is made in America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you for having me. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you for
Great.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
It's moving very well. Todd is very popular. He's doing great.
Thank you guys. 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 Thank you guys.
ਲਓ ਜੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੱਟਤੇ ਔਰ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਗਾਇਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕਰਤੀ ਖਤਮ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਖਤਮ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਖਮਨਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੌਕੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜੇ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਵੇ। ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਐਸਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ। ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਹੈ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਸੜਕਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਉਤਰਦੇ ਆ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਵਾਂਗ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਹਿਫਿਲਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ, ਲੋਕ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਪੂਰੀਆਂ ਸੈਲੀਬ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ IRGC ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ our initial condition for accepting a ceasefire in regional war has been a ceasefire in all fronts, including Lebanon. The enemy must urgently halt its attacks on the people of Lebanon and immediately withdraw from occupied Lebanese territories behind the international borders and recognize the territorial integrity of Lebanon. ਇਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਆਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕਲ ਟੈਲੀਵਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ TV ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਚੀਫ ਹੇਲਸ Iran support, reaffirms resistance against US-Israeli aggression. ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਆਹ ਸੀਗੀ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ TV ਦੀ। Look at this. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਜੋ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਲੋਕ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਫਿਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਮਿਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਨੇ ਡਿਸਮਿਸ ਕਰਤੀ, ਕਹਿ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡਾ ਸੀਜ਼ਫਾਇਰ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦੇਣ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਕੁਵੈਤ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਵੈਤੀ ਕਾਊਂਟਰਪਾਰਟ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਟ ਵੁੱਡ ਬੀ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਨਾਈਸ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਪੀਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਏ, ਕੁਝ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਜਾਏ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਲੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ। ਕੋਈ ਡਿਟੇਲ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨੈਗੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ, ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿਓ ਕਿ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਬੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹਾ ਗੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਦੀ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਡੀਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੋਵੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਛੇੜੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਤਰਜਮਾ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਦਾ, ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ। ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ। ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਅਜੇ ਹੋਰ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ AI ਫॉर ਆਲ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਨਵੀਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਜਿਹੜੇ MPs ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਰਿਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਆਇਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਐਡੀਟਰਸ ਦੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਐਡੀਟਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ। ਰਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਚ ਬੋਲੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਦਾ ਤਰਜਮਾ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ।
Accept this natural gas or not, because otherwise we will redirect it to other markets, to other partners. We can sell to them. But there is an existing contract, and it is not Gazprom who is not complying with the contract. Gazprom is at the ready. It is the German partners that is not taking the Russian gas because they have their orders from Brussels and from Berlin not to accept Russian natural gas. A ban. That's it. Let us continue. Next, please. MENA agency, Egypt, the Middle Eastern Information Agency. Shukra Tarif. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for inviting me to take part in this dialogue. My question is, what is your view of the role of President al-Sisi in establishing stability in the Middle East? What role can Egypt and Russia play in order to de-escalate the tensions in the Middle East? President al-Sisi is our good friend. I have good personal relations with him, and it helps us to develop bilateral links. We have stable volume of trade, and we have good prospects for the future. We have major joint projects. For many years, we've been talking about establishing the Russian Technological Park in Egypt, in the Nile Valley, and we're currently actively working to implement the project of the construction of a nuclear power plant in Egypt. And I hope that it's currently 2026, and by 2028, the first energy block of the NPP will be launched. We're working very actively on this track. We attract a great number of local professionals and specialists in construction. This is a major project. We actively work in other areas as well. We have trusting relations in the area of political cooperation and international cooperation. We highly appreciate the efforts of President al-Sisi to settle all the situations in the Middle East. Currently, against the backdrop of the events taking place around Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, we forgot about the tragedy of Palestine, but it is still there. It is still there. And the President of Egypt has always made a great contribution trying to find a just settlement for the problems related to Palestine. And naturally, I would like to emphasize the Russian Federation believes that the fundamental solution to this issue is the establishment of a full-fledged Palestinian state. I know that the President of Egypt is actively involved in the agenda related to the settlement of the crisis in Iran. he maintains regular contacts with all the stakeholders in the process, and we also maintain contacts with him. We consult them and we hear each other, we listen to each other, and we take our positions into consideration. I would like to thank President al-Sisi for the attention that he is paying to the development of the Russian-Egyptian relations. This is very important. Egypt is one of our priority partners in the region. It was Spain who was speaking of Middle Eastern conflicts. We have José Manuel Sanz Mingote of the FA Information Agency, please. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank our friends from TASS Agency. Thank you for your hospitality. Mr. President, my question is related to the Ukrainian issue. What is stopping us from achieving long-term peace in Ukraine? What are the obstacles for discussing all the legitimate concerns of Russia related to the conflict? We can see, and you have mentioned that there has been progress, but it takes a very long time. It goes very slowly, especially speaking of Donbass. We have seen numerous attacks on both sides. Isn't this the moment when we must achieve a ceasefire and go to the negotiation table and discuss all the matters? Perhaps the European Union and the European countries, under these circumstances, cannot serve as intermediaries, but they can help. They could help in finding a solution to this issue. Thank you very much. I believe that, yes, it is true. The European Union could try and help us find a solution. I believe that the solution shall lie within the framework of the agreements reached in Anchorage. The Ukrainian side is very well aware of that. There is one more point. Back then and before Anchorage, Russia was asked whether we were ready to accept a number of compromises.
And I remember when I came with a visit to Anchorage, I told President Trump that we were ready, and I gave him the details about the agreements and these compromises that we could reach. They should be accepted by the Ukrainian side. That's what is important. But you have to take into account the domestic policy situation. I don't think that Kiev is ready for it. If we achieve peace there, the fight for power in this country, the economic situation against this backdrop, all this will change radically. And I think that the authorities are not interested really in the cessation of hostilities, because then people in power would hardly receive any prospects of staying in power. You have to also address economic issues. European experts know that we're talking about hundreds of billions of euros that Ukraine requires to recuperate economically. We know about the proposals of the German Chancellor that Ukraine has to become an associated member of the EU. It does not concern us. We would mind if the EU turns into a military bloc. That is what causes concern. But when we're talking about economic integration, associations, we don't mind. But European experts know what the cost of such an association would be. And European agriculture experts know that if Ukrainian agricultural produce goes to European markets, they know what the result would be. I can delve into this topic, but going back to your question, I can say the following. Of course, the European Union can play a role, but not by supplying weapons to Ukraine, but by trying to make Ukraine reach a compromise that we talked about in Anchorage. Azerbaijan, Vugar Aliyev, Director General of Azertouch. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your time. I'm going to ask a question about the relations between Russia and Azerbaijan. How would you assess the prospects of relations between Russia and Azerbaijan? I think that our ties, our relations are good. They're friendly, and they have been friendly, always. I'm talking about the economy, about politics. A couple of years ago, we signed a strategic cooperation treaty, and we are developing our relations. President Aliyev makes great efforts to fill this treaty with substance, and we see that in certain areas of our cooperation. I think that we have aggregated investment to the tune of $10 billion. And we have a lot of enterprises with Russian capital working in this country. We closely cooperate in the humanitarian domain, and there is a large number of Azerbaijani nationals working in our country, and they make remittances to their country, and we are trying to organize it in a civilized manner. There are a lot of issues, matters that are of mutual interest. In logistics, we know about the North-South International Transport Corridor. Of course, it has now slowed down because of the events in Iran, but it is of mutual interest to both countries, and we're very thankful to President Aliyev for providing assistance in sending humanitarian aid to Iran. The Azerbaijani side has demonstrated its efficiency in this regard and responded to our requests. It is very important, it was very important to mitigate the situation. Our trade turnover is on the rise. New avenues are emerging to supply goods, commodities. There are some areas that I think we cannot talk about yet. I'm talking about the energy sector first and foremost. I'm going to meet President Aliyev and we will talk about it in detail. I think that the two countries are establishing the relations in a positive manner. Thank you very much, colleagues. Who's next? Kyrgyzstan, the Kabar Agency. Mr. Shemirtaliyev, thank you very much. Mr. Kondrashov, Mr. President, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you. I'd like to ask you two questions. Mr. President, the President of Kyrgyzstan said many times that the Central Asia should become a region of peace and live in good neighborly relations with everyone. The selection of Kyrgyzstan to the UN Security Council was a very important event for our country and for the whole region. In your opinion, what role can be played by the Central Asia in strengthening the international security in the coming years? This year, Bishkek hosts the SCO summit amidst growing challenges and instability. What joint initiatives within the SCO are priority initiatives Russia thinks for strengthening the regional stability, security, and what can Russia propose? What initiatives can it propose during the summit? As for our initiatives that we can put forth during the summit, we're going to be aiming or be guided by the initiatives of Kyrgyzstan, that is the host country of the summit. We know that the president of Kyrgyzstan and all our colleagues are hard at work thinking about it. Our competent government bodies are in close contact. Our foreign ministries, our economic agencies are closely cooperating and they're coordinating these processes. And I'm confident that necessary compromises will be reached. Generally speaking, we hope that it's not going to be about words only, but there will be progress. The association was first established as a tool for addressing border areas issues between the People's Republic of China and the former Soviet republics bordering with China. But I think it's now made up of 27 countries. It's a very serious association. We are engaged in serious efforts aimed at economic integration. Maybe not everyone has noticed it, and it is an important factor in regional affairs. 27 countries, just think about it. It's a very serious matter. Important is that the Central Asia, with all its resources, with its vast territories, with the growing populations, the Central Asia increasingly attracts the attention of the international community because, first and foremost, it has a vast economic potential, and everything that is now being done within the organization will, of course, be of interest to both Russia and our partners. And we wish every success to our Kyrgyz friends, and we will be doing everything in our power to make our contribution, to make this summit take place successfully. France and Great Britain. Let's start with France. The France press main managing editor, Birasay. Please, you have the floor. Good evening, Mr. President. I have a short question with regard to Ukraine. Mr. Zelensky, the economy is going to touch upon it. We see that there are certain difficulties because military expenditures have grown because of the special military operation. Is it possible that the Russian economy will withstand these difficulties? My second question is about Mr. Zelensky. If you are going to negotiate with him to sign a peace treaty, what would you say to him? And do you think that he's a legitimate leader of Ukraine? Whether Mr. Zelensky is a legitimate representative of Ukraine, I would say that lawyers should deal with this issue, should answer this question, should analyze this in detail. Of course, if we reach this stage of signing documents, it's not our whim. You understand? Any country in our position should sign documents of this kind these are historic documents we're talking about. So we should sign these documents with legitimate representatives in accordance with the basic law, with the constitution of the party. We're talking about Ukraine in our case. Of course, this is an issue that will be painstakingly studied by future analysts. And I've talked about it at length already, repeatedly. 2 years, exactly, to the day, in 2024, the mandate of Mr. Zelensky expired. His presidential mandate expired. At the end of last year, the beginning of this year, people started talking about the elections in Ukraine. We don't hear any news about it now. Will they hold elections or not? We should ask these questions because this is important. No one is talking about it. If they decide to organize these elections, when is it going to happen? And the result is also very important. According to the Ukrainian constitution, the presidents can only be elected 2 times. 5 years each term. If you take the position that President Zelensky prolonged his mandate in a legitimate way, well, 2 years have elapsed anyway. What is he going to do now? Is he going to be elected for 5 more years? No, it's not in accordance with the Constitution. You can only be elected for 2 terms in a row, for 10 years in total. What about the 2 years that he has been in power? What about these last 2 years? There are a lot of questions in this regard. But if it so happens that we sit on the table and are ready to sign the relevant documents, if there's a wish to use peaceful means to put an end to this conflict, and Russia wants to do that, so if that happens, we'll find the people who would sign the relevant documents. It's important that they are willing to do that. It is very important, but it's a question for the lawyers. As far as what I can say to Mr. Zelensky, if we will near the end of the conflict, well, thank God. That's what one would say, that it's gonna be over soon. But of course, lawyers should research it carefully, painstakingly, and I think everyone understands that. So I'd like to reiterate it once again. We can sign these documents only with the people who undoubtedly are legitimate for signing such documents. There are a lot of options. The chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, maybe Mr. Zelensky himself, but one should, of course, look what kind of documents these are and what legal consequences they're going to be. Well, the main thing is the desire to do that, but we'll find a way around to send the documents if time comes. I also asked about the economy, if you remember. As far as the economy goes, I remember Mark Twain's words. I think that was Mark Twain. I think the rumors about my death are hugely exaggerated. I think that was a joke that he made at one point. Now, we remember the forecast that Russia will lose on the battlefield. I also remember the then president of the United States. He used to say that the Russian economy was shattered. Was torn to shreds. But you have to look at the real trends, at the real state of affairs, the real state of the economy. The economy of the European Union over the last 3 years has grown by how many percent? Don't even think about it. It's about 3%. What about the Russian economy? It has grown by 10%. It's more than it's a threefold difference. The leading economies, Germany, for example, less than 1%. Last year, the Russian economy grew by 1%, and it continues to grow. course, we have some issues when it comes to macroeconomy, rise in inflation, for example. The financial authorities, the central bank, have made decisions, harsh decisions, to suppress the growth of inflation, to reinvigorate the economic indicators. Those were hard decisions to make. For example, increasing the key interest rate. But these measures bear fruit. Year on year, if we take April, for example, our economy, not fully, but it is moving toward its target indicators. 5.4%. That is the indicator. I think it's a good result already. At the same time, our industry is also showing good results. It is growing. The livelihoods of people are also on the rise. We're talking about 28% growth in livelihoods, thanks to the real growth of salaries. We're talking about 25% growth in real salaries. We are satisfying all the social needs of the Russian citizens. We are increasing the pensions, social benefits, minimum wages. Different measures to support large families. By 2030, we were planning to decrease the number of people receiving less than the living wage. We wanted to decrease this number of people by 7%. But we have already achieved this task. Now it's 6.7%. So, remember I was talking about the quote of Mark Twain. But we see the events, the measures taken by our financial and economic authorities, they bear fruit, but the central bank has increased the key interest rate. Now it has reduced this key rate down to 14.5%. Many people think that it is not enough and we should keep reducing the rate. I'm not going to comment on it because it's going to take a lot of time. I'm always listening to this discussion between the economic bloc of the government and the central bank.
But we are achieving results, and we deliberately made that understanding, mindful of the fact that the volumes of investments, so the capital would reduce with such high interest rates. Of course, we'll see a decrease of investments, but we did that deliberately. We tried to cool down the economy. One could say that we cooled it too much, or one could say that we didn't do enough, but these were deliberate steps. We don't want inflation to go too high. We don't want dozens of percentages of inflation rates like in some countries. We don't want hyperinflations. We are fighting for the health of the Russian economy. And I would like to draw your attention to another important fact. The national debt, the state debt is 15.6% of our GDP. What about France? They have over 100%, 112% to be more specific, more or less. So, but we have 15.6%. All of these gives us reasons to believe that we are on the right track, and we feel confident. Reuters Agency, United Kingdom. Mark Van Dyke, please.
President, I've got two questions. The first is on Ukraine. How you rate President Trump's performance in trying to end the conflict in Ukraine, whether he's become distracted by the Iran war, and indeed whether he miscalculated there, perhaps at the cost of pushing forward talks over Ukraine. My second question is about your own political future, Mr. President. You've been running the country now, been in power for 26 years, and whether you plan to stay in office until 2036, I think under the Constitution. And if you don't mind me saying, you look quite fit, whether you feel you have the stamina and the health to go the distance to 2036. Thank you.
Only God knows whether I'll have the health, whether I and you and all gathered here will have the health to live until tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even solve the tasks that we're faced with and to achieve the goals that we're setting. Only God knows. That's what I'll begin with. It is true that according to the Constitution, I may get re-elected until 2036, but it is too early, too premature to talk about that, if I'm perfectly honest. I'm not even thinking about that. I'm being perfectly honest with you. The country is facing numerous major acute challenges, and they must be solved. We should be thinking about the future of Russia. That's what we should focus on. That's the first thing. Now, speaking of the Ukrainian track and speaking of what was done by the President of the United States in his attempts to settle the conflict, I already said, and I believe that there's nothing bad in repeating this. I think that President Trump is sincerely trying to settle the crisis in Ukraine. It is true that, and he has confirmed this too, he said he didn't expect this would be so hard. Perhaps some steps and some things don't seem too complicated, but as soon as you start getting involved into that, when you delve deep into the problem, it turns out that there are too many unknowns in the process, and they matter. So now we are faced with an acute issue of settling another crisis, the Iranian crisis. Naturally, we all see this and we understand that the US administration is distracted. They are forced to tackle this issue now, since the crisis in Ukraine is a local crisis, first and foremost. Unfortunately, the European countries and the European states don't see it that way and try to give it a global meaning. However, the crisis around Iran is definitely global. Take a look at how the closure of the Strait of Hormuz affected the global economy. That's it. And naturally, the US administration is focusing more on that. However, the proposals that have been made by President Trump, as I said previously, could serve as a foundation for a peace deal. So, answering your question, whether the US administration is doing the right thing or not, I think yes, they are on the right track, and the proposals made by the Americans require compromises. And this would serve as a compromise for both parties, for Russia as well. And we agreed to those proposals. It is now up to Ukraine to accept that, and we need to convince them. But I believe that these proposals could serve as a foundation of a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, and could put an end to this conflict.
One follow-up question on Iran. Do you think Russia could play a role in terms of settling that dispute, in particular in relation to the highly enriched uranium?
I think we don't want to impose our services upon anyone, but our proposals are known to the US administration. They are known to our Iranian counterparts and partners. In 2015, Russia did play a positive role, a quite positive role. Back then, we relocated the enriched uranium to the territory of Russia from Iran. And this served as a foundation for the JCPOA. The crisis was resolved. And the then US administration supported such steps. We implemented all of that, and we de-escalated the tensions. So then what happened? There is uranium in the territory of Iran. No one's denying that now. And what happens now? The uranium should be subject to IAEA control, and the entire global community, including the United States and Israel, from this moment on, become part of the process of eliminating the highly enriched uranium, because this is under their control. The IAEA controls on paper, but everyone is involved in the IAEA activities. So we have the uranium. Here is the uranium. Here is the volume. Here is the quantity. Here is the control regime. And here is the de-enrichment process. We have such capacity now too. We could do that and reduce the enrichment rate. But it is up to all the parties to take a decision. If they are willing to find a solution, we can do that. We did that before, and we are ready to do this now. We have good, trusting relations with Iran. This is a friendly state for us. As you know, we are carrying out the Bushehr construction project. We constructed a nuclear power block, and we continue the construction work. I believe that the Iranian leadership and the people of Iran trust us. They fully trust us. By the way, in the future, this uranium could be used. Well, when we reduce the enrichment, this uranium could be used for peaceful purposes, for the nuclear power and other nuclear projects in Iran under the IAEA control. At least this is one of the ways of finding a solution. And in this sense, Iran, I think, could be satisfied with this solution. And all the other stakeholders, if they have any suspicions, they should also be satisfied with such a resolution. We would present the uranium, it would be openly and transparently relocated and put under control. Then there would be no issue, as I see it. I could be misguided, but I don't see what could be the problem here. Moreover, so originally, this wasn't this year, but originally everyone agreed with this plan. But then the position started to harden, and we said, all right, if you say no, we won't impose ourselves. But our proposals are still there, and we are ready to provide assistance like we did back in 2015. If they say no, that's a no. But we hope that the stakeholders in this conflict would find a different solution. If there is a different solution, we'll be glad and we will welcome it. If they want something from us, we will support any steps aimed at finding a solution and would de-escalate the situation. Mr. President, we've been working for 90 minutes. We could go on for 20 minutes. Could we take a couple more questions? Because the president of Uzbekistan is coming soon. We have a meeting with him. So we have the opening of a nuclear power plant construction in Uzbekistan. I made notes to three colleagues, Martin Romanchik, Vijay Joshi, and Jose Manuel Sanz. Note 3 questions, friends. Please. Martin, please. Mr. President, 2 years ago, you were answering the question of whether Russia was going to attack NATO, and you said this was nonsense. At least that's how it was reported. But now, given the American plans not to deploy intermediate and long-range distance missiles in Germany, and given the emergence of new details regarding the United States relocating its troops from Europe to Asian countries, given all that, there is still talk of Russia possibly attacking the territory of NATO in the future. What do you think about such statements? One should just ask themselves, each and everyone thinking of this should ask themselves, why? Why should Russia do that? The conflict in Ukraine was originated in the coup d'etat in Ukraine and the suppression of all things Russian in Ukraine. The suppression of a major part of the population of Ukraine that did not accept the coup d'etat. This is a Russian-speaking country. Even the so-called nationalists in Ukraine mostly speak Russian at home. But that's not the thing. The thing is, the coup d'etat was followed by domestic events in Ukraine. And at the end of the day, I will not go into detail about the Minsk agreements and so on, but in the end, we were forced to support a part of the people of Ukraine living in the territories that did not accept that coup d'etat. They were trying to get these territories involved into NATO. They openly deceived everyone, and you are all well aware of it. Starting from 1991, they were saying there would be not a step to the east by NATO. It was said by a Secretary General. And it was said by a citizen of Germany. I can't remember the name now, but he used to be Secretary General of NATO. All right, but what does Europe have to do with this? What's the point for us? What is the reason to attack Europe for Russia and to wage war against NATO? This is nonsense. It's more than nonsense. This is a deliberate provocation. Provocative statements meant to establish the illusion of a threat, to force the populations of these countries to spend more money on defense. And as a first step, they're forcing the population to pay for the actions of the regime that seized power in Kiev. I think that's the answer to your question. This is not just nonsense. They are provoking everyone. I'm surprised by the fact that part of the population of the European countries, surprisingly enough, believe it. This is ridiculous. It could be funny if it weren't so sad. We keep saying that one of the goals of the operation is the denazification of Ukraine. And everyone kept telling us, what kind of denazification are you talking about? What is denazification? They said that this was some nonsense made up by Russia. Why denazify Ukraine? They asked us. Listen, dear colleagues, everyone witnessed it, but almost no one talked about it. The reburial of nationalists, of Nazis in Ukraine, those who throughout World War II were killing Jews, Poles, and Russians. 1 million people killed in Ukraine. Million of innocent people. And now, Ukraine is reburying the remains of these executioners with military honors. They're honoring them as heroes of Ukraine. Poland had a weak reaction. Israel had an even weaker reaction. Everyone's turning a blind eye, shamefully turning a blind eye to that. And the current head of the Kiev regime is doing that. And he's a Jew. Remember, his grandfather was fighting against Nazis. I think he's turning in his grave now. There is the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the UPA, an absolutely pro-Nazi organization. And they are naming acting regiments of the armed forces of Ukraine in honor of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. I believe that the law says, or is about to say, that propaganda of Nazism is prohibited. But we should draw the attention of the Ukrainian authorities to the fact that it is not enough to put this into law. You should stick to the law. You should implement that in practice. Listen, I understand that the so-called collective West is not willing to see a stronger Russia. They want to use Ukraine to hold back Russia, to make sure we don't defend our national interests so eagerly, to put us into our place and so on. But you must understand the threat that the revival of Nazism poses for everyone. The weapons from Ukraine are crawling all over the world. That's a fact. We have flourishing corruption in Ukraine all throughout the system, deeply rooted in the country. But we see the revival of Nazism too. What will we do about it? The colleagues are saying that Ukraine should be part of the European Union or an associated member of the EU or have a different status. All right, they are free to do that. But we have the facts. Something that happened just a few days ago, the reburial of one of the Nazis in Ukraine. He personally killed Roma, Jews, Poles, Russians, million people. These people are reburied with military honors and deadly silence everywhere. I understand that they want to use everything in the fight against Russia. Some countries want so. But this is a threat for everyone. Remember that. Now, speaking of the attack of Russia on Europe, this is nonsense. This is a way of provoking and fooling your own population to get more finances, to get more money for the fight against Russia, to secure the funds for the militarization of their economies.
Mr. President, earlier in the interaction, you spoke about Russia's relations with China. You said it was not born yesterday. It has grown over, fostered over centuries. India has a similar relationship with China, but probably of a different nature. It's a difficult relationship. At the same time, India has a difficult relationship on its western border with Pakistan. I think you see where I'm going with this. Pakistan today is helped by China in military terms. About 80% of Pakistan's military hardware is of Chinese origin. China is also supplying technology, advanced technology to Pakistan, intelligence and military hardware. So this is causing some concern in India. You have very good relations with both China and Pakistan. Is there anything you would like to do at all in ensuring that India's security interests are not compromised? And a related question to that is that I just heard today that the S-400's latest battalion has been delivered to India. A fifth one remains. What is the advanced technology that the 5th battalion will include? And if you can give maybe a definitive timeline on the joint development of Su-57 stealth fighter and the delivery of the Akula class nuclear submarine. Thank you.
ਭਾਰਤ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੱਡੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ SU-57 Sukhoi.
Of course, we are well aware of all the intricacies and, of course, all the issues concerning concerning the border between India and Pakistan. You said that Pakistan is a country that is fully under the control of China. I don't think so. First and foremost, Pakistan is a large country, and it has multifaceted ties with different countries. Of course, for Pakistan, it is very important to take into account the cooperation with the People's Republic of China. But everyone is developing their relations with China because it is the greatest economy in the world in terms of its GDP at PPP. India ranks third. Russia ranks fourth in terms of its GDP at PPP. It's my answer to your French colleague to his question about the Russian economy. China, US, India, and Russia. That's the four top countries. We have outpaced the all European countries and Japan in this regard. These are delicate, multifaceted relations between India and China, and interfering into them, it's not a good idea. Of course, we interact with our friends in both India and China. I'd like to point out the following. I'm not going to delve into details because this would not be appropriate, but I can tell you with certainty that President Xi and Prime Minister Modi are both trying to resolve all the issues that are of mutual interest, including when it comes to the relations on the border. And I don't have any doubts when it comes to this. As for Russia, we have our own relations with China, with India. You've talked about it. And believe you me, it's no one holds any grudges here. For decades, we have been establishing these relations, and it was happening naturally. The relations between Russia and India do not disturb China. Our relations with China do not disturb India. They do not interfere. But this linkage between the three countries helps everyone. Take BRICS, for example. Do you know where it all started? It all started here in the city of St. Petersburg. At one point, I suggested that leaders of India, China, and your humble servant meet here. And that's how Russia, India, China was established. We had things to talk about, to agree upon. That's exactly what we started doing later on. Then we were joined by Brazil, because Brazil wanted to take part in this three country format. Then the South Africa joined. We got BRICS. We continued to expand. When we meet, we talk, we come to an agreement. We don't have any issues in our cooperation, either with India or China. We know that we have a multifaceted cooperation in military technical cooperation. We cooperate with India in terms of advanced armaments. You know, the mid-range BrahMos missile, both land and sea-based BrahMos missiles. As far as Su-57 goes, at one point we proposed to our Indian friends to work together on this technology. It's the 5th generation technology. I think it's the best in the world as of now, but Back then, our Indian friends said, do it on your own and then we will see, maybe we'll join. You know, this aircraft could have been our joint project. We built it independently, but we are ready to work with India in this field to supply these aircraft, to keep developing it. We don't have any issues with it, any limitations. Same goes for air defense systems. But when you start talking about air defense systems, it is important. It is critical to have separate components, but it's even more important to create a system. You have to take into account different altitudes, slowly and fast-moving targets. You have to also take into account that there should be one information system that would be working in real time. It's a high-end task, a complicated task. Now we are working on updating this system. Of course, we still have issues that remain, that have to be solved, but it is unique expertise that no other country does. We do have this expertise and we're ready to share this technology with our Chinese friends, with our Indian friends, and that's what we are doing. And we will keep working in this regard.
AF agency, please. Yes.
ਸੋ ਕੁੱਲ ਮਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੋਟੇ-ਮੋਟੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਐਡੀਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੜਾ ਕਲੀਅਰਲੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਅਲੱਗ-ਥਲੱਗ ਕਰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਐਂਡ ਆਪਣੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਦਿਖਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੋਟੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਤੇ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦੀ ਵਾਰ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਲੋਕਲ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਜ਼ ਲੋਕਲ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਦੇਖੋ ਜਿਓਗ੍ਰਾਫੀਕਲ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹਦਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਅਸਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸਰ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਵਾਰ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ US ਦੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤਾਰੀਫ ਕੀਤੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਣ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਉਲਝਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਮੀਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਸੋ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਨ ਪਤਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗੀ ਗੱਲ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਧਮਕੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਹਾਂ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਆਫਿਸਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਦੇਣਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਮਲਾ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਚੰਗਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਹਮਲਾ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਵਿਦ ਦਿਸ ਫੈਕਟ ਕਿ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਹਵਾ ਦੇਣ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੂਜੀਆਂ ਤਾਕਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਹੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਜੰਗ ਰੁਕਵਾ ਲਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਬੜਾ ਕੁਛ ਆਹ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਖੁਦ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਉਲਝ ਗਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਪੁਤਿਨ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਇਹ ਸੋਚ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਕੋਟ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾਮ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਮੈਂ ਲਿਖਣਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਕੋਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਰਥ ਵਿਵਸਥਾ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੀ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਤਬਾਹ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਚੂਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅੱਜ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯੂਰਪ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਰਥ ਵਿਵਸਥਾ ਉਹ 3% ਦੀ ਗਰੋਥ ਨਾਲ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ 10% ਦੀ ਗਰੋਥ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ 3 ਫੋਲਡ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਗਰੋਥ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਰਥ ਵਿਵਸਥਾ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਿਮਿਲਰ ਨੋਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਚੌਥੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਹਾਂ ਸੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ GDP ਔਰ PPP ਦੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ US ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਤੀਜੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਔਰ ਚੌਥੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਮੁਲਕ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਅਲੱਗ-ਥਲੱਗ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆ ਪਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤਿੰਨੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਤਿੰਨੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਨੇ ਡੀ-ਡਾਲਰਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਅੱਜ ਜੇ US ਈਰਾਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਚੱਕਰ 'ਚ ਫਸਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਾ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਡੀਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਬੜਾ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਵੀ। ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਇਵੈਂਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਬਟ ਸਮਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਇਟਸ ਮੋਰ ਦੈਨ 5 hours। ਔਰ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੱਡੀ ਖਬਰ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ, ਬਟ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸੁਣੀ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਉਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੰਟਰੋਡਿਊਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ AI ਫॉर ਆਲ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ MPs ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਖਾਰਜ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਖਾਰਜ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਕੁਝ ਸੈਂਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਕਿਊਬਾ ਤੇ ਲਾਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਨੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਇਫ ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਹ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਹ ਖਬਰ ਵੀ ਦੇ ਦਈਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਹੈ, 2 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ। For decades, Cuba has been the world capital for radical left-wing terrorism. The regime in Havana has recruited, trained, and backed violent Marxist and third worldist movements across our hemisphere and beyond. Today, we are targeting the network that enables and funds Cuba's subversive and radical operations. Let me just move this. Pursuant to sanctions authorities created by President Trump's groundbreaking Cuba executive order, I am designated the following entities: Ministry of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Cuba, Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples, Amestor Cuba S.A. Committees for the Defense of Revolution CDR, the Minera La Victoria SA. Anyone providing services to these sanctioned actors is at the risk of sanctions themselves. Foreign banks and other companies that provide services to these entities should freeze those activities. The Trump administration will no longer tolerate radical Marxist regimes in our hemisphere seeking to threaten US national security and engage in influence operations to export their poisonous and evil revolution to our country and around the world. ਇਹ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਜ ਬਾਰਬਾਡੋਸ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮੀਆ ਅਮੋਰ ਮੋਟਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਜੇਕਰ ਮੈਂ ਲਗਾ ਦਿਆਂ ਫਟਾਫਟ, give me 1 minute. ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ MPs ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਸਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। AI ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, AI ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। Let me just tag them. ਵੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ NDP ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ NDP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਬਟ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪੋਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਿਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ AI ਫॉर ਆਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। Melissa Lensman ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ।
Of any G20 economy to have done that. Growth has declined. in 3 of the last 4 quarters. And today's data makes clear that it's certainly worse than the government has been broadcasting. The Parliamentary Budget Officer today released the latest economic and fiscal outlook, and the findings are certainly damning. The PBO slashed its growth forecast to just 1.1% this year and 1.6% next year, and that doesn't account for the most recent recession data. Scotiabank forecasts that Canada will be at 0.8% growth this year, less than half of the 1.9% projected for the United States, and BMO even more pessimistic today at just 0.5%. I think today the PBO put it very plainly that the labor market has softened, that businesses are postponing expansion plans because of the uncertainty that exists here. And that's not really an abstract finding. Those are real jobs that aren't being created and real investments that aren't being made in Canada. Stats Canada confirmed that labor productivity fell to 1.5% in the first quarter. And that's after a decline of the quarter before. And productivity has now dropped in 3 of the 4 last quarters, and that's since the Prime Minister has taken office. 10 of the 16 industry sectors declined, with construction and agriculture leading all the way down. And then Canadian workers are also producing less, meaning that Canadians are making less. And that is a very simple finding, unfortunately, from the PBO this morning. And all of that, meanwhile, while the Prime Minister is telling Canadians that he is cutting costs in the public service. And today we see the PBO disagree with all of that. Personal expenses are projected to grow from $69.2 billion to $86 billion by 2030, 2031. And despite promising to borrow $65 billion this year in the spring economic statement, which we certainly just had, the government is on track to borrow $72 billion. That's a $7 billion overrun that was found today. Canadians certainly deserve a government that manages their money like it matters and not use Canadians as a credit card to bolster programs which don't work and Canadians don't need. And this, again, is the only Prime Minister to have driven our economy, the Canadian economy, the only economy in the G7 into a recession. I want to also address the Liberals unveiling their AI strategy this morning in Toronto with what seemingly is very lofty goals, but no plan to deliver on that. Very short on details, a very ambitious plan, which lacks a lot of details that I think Canadians have been waiting for a very long time. Canada was the first country in 2017 to put forward an AI strategy, and 9 years later, we see that strategy certainly hasn't worked. It certainly hasn't led to adoption. In fact, we're still waiting, I think, in some cases, for the outcomes of that. I want to talk for a second about what Canadians are talking about at kitchen tables and boardroom tables, and what this strategy lacks. Privacy, first and foremost, and the safety and the security that was promised in this is nowhere to be found in the document. Certainly, no details. And I think that, look, Canadians at kitchen tables and boardroom tables are concerned about the increased invasion into Canadian privacy with not only this AI strategy and what it will bring, but what we see in the House of Commons currently. On one hand, the Prime Minister says that AI puts Canadians' privacy under threat, or he said today that Canadian privacy was under threat. And of course it is. It's under threat by this very government. This government that's promising consumer privacy legislation, but it's putting privacy at risk with bills like C-22, the lawful access bill that's still running through the House, C-8, the cybersecurity amending the Telecommunications Act, which we've seen a number of organizations raise privacy concerns, certainly a number of members in this House and from our side raise privacy concerns on Bill C-11, Bill C-18, Bill C-9, all with privacy concerns. In fact, the government doing a full reversal on taxing Canadians because their legislation doesn't work. So an admission. We also have deep concerns about the unemployment that already exists, youth unemployment at 15%, 442,000 youth are out of work. And that's the largest number since the Great Recession. We don't believe the Liberals when they say that they'll create 90,000 jobs when we have lost more than 112,000 jobs just since January in this country. Again, no details in this plan, not a whole lot to digest. On the issue of sovereignty, we'll support expanding certainly Canadian sovereignty in computing, and we believe that we should keep that intellectual property in Canada. But today's plan again lacks any kind of detail on how to get there. And then I think that we should talk about the elephant in the room that I think the Prime Minister certainly was excited about, and that's the ability to power our future, to build the data centers. We currently have enough energy to power ourselves for a generation and displace much of the energy in the world that that some of the dictators and despots are using to fuel their own wars. And we haven't done anything to unlock that energy. In fact, the Prime Minister gave himself powers with C5 to overstep his own legislation, but that legislation is still in place. We have Bill C-69, we have a tanker ban, an oil and gas cap, an industrial carbon tax, which makes the climate for investment here in energy, the same investment that's going to need to power our future in AI at risk. We certainly have issues on bringing forward a plan that's going to attract the kind of investment that the Prime Minister is going to attract, and we have concerns about him matching that investment with with no details in the numbers, and certainly using a sovereign debt fund, which again he has given Canadians no details about. So I think today's announcement was a lot of fanfare. Short on details and a lot of hollow words from a podium. And I think Canadians are expecting real answers on safety, on security, on privacy, and on the future of AI in this country. I'm going to pass.
So ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੇ ਹਾਰਡੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੈਬਰੀਅਲ ਹਾਰਡੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਲਗਭਗ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਸੀ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਮੈਟਰਸ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਵਨ ਥਿੰਗ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਹਜੇ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਈਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ ਬਟ ਹੁਣ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 5.5 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਸਵੇਰ ਦਾ ਬਟ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਵੈਰੀ ਥੈਂਕਫੁਲ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਦੇਖਣਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਰੋ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਾਈਵ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਈਵ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਰਾਦਰ ਦੈਨ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਛੋਟੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰੀਏ ਮੈਂ ਸਮੀਰ ਕੌਸ਼ਲ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਲਾਈਕ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ whether you are watching it on X, YouTube, Facebook or Instagram.